believe that I am the best person for the job of President of the United States. My unique talents give me the ability to be assertive and diplomatic at the same time. I'm a person who will spike the conversation, who will get politics rolling and stimulate new questions and new answers to our current political dilemma facing our nation. I believe I have a keen understanding of the economy and how to improve where we're at relative to other nations around the world. I believe that our goal at America's Third Party was to create a very strong platform in which would propel the American people forward with new opportunities and a new possibility of creating a better nation, a cleaner environment, and less war. Best person for the job of President of the United States. My unique talents give me the ability to be assertive and diplomatic at the same time.
Welcome to America's Third Party. I'm David Sponheim. Today is Conspiracy Monday, but thank you. Thank you for coming in and participating in this amazing show. I know. I don't care. The nice thing about what we're doing is it's kind of an organic experience, and I don't really have a problem not being perfect. It's important that everyone knows that this is a process, and we're going to make mistakes along the way. But at least we're in there swinging and we're trying. That's the important thing. Waking Americans up has been a huge task. Getting free press has been an even bigger task. Stopping the censorship has been an unbelievably daunting task. But bypassing all that has been relatively easy. The consistency of doing a show for every single day for 9 hours for 10 years has given us a huge, broad audience. Not just here on the internet, but also around the globe. On UHF and VHF channels, and Pasca and other networks are duplicating what we're doing, and we have an amazing reach, way more amazing than I had ever expected. But the important thing is we do it with the interest of helping the American people, not being corporate, not controlled by corporations like the two parties are. And that's the important thing that I'm dedicating my life to, is being the American people's representative. Not taking money from Zionist elitists, AIPAC, like Trump and Clinton and others have done, Obama did. I will not work with the American Israeli Political Action Committee ever. I make that a solemn promise to you. We don't want Zionists controlling our country and rigging the future for a global new world order. I'm against all that. And when I first started the show, I didn't even know what the new world order was. In 2008, I just had the hope of building a third party because I knew in my heart that we had to have a third party to get some semblance of centrist ideology out there. Something that people would agree with, find common ground, yet maybe disagree at the same time. And I believe that this is exactly what this party's all about. I support the right to bear arms, whereas I'm seeing even Trump say things like, oh, first we take their guns, then we'll do the due process after that. I don't trust him on guns. I also especially don't trust the people who are running the Democratic Party like Beto O'Rourke. I actually like Ted Cruz. And I don't think calling a man a liar without stating what lies he had or made is an appropriate response. I mean, people are speaking out about Ted Cruz like he's a liar. Now Trump is even saying he's not.
Tough campaign. It was a very competitive, it was a very tough Lions Den anymore. What is it in now? So take a look at that. I said he no longer Lions Den. To me, he's not Lions Den anymore. What is it in? Beautiful Den. Beautiful. Texas. I call him Texas Den.
All right, so Donald Trump is playing politics. It's true. And it makes him sound like he was a liar when he called Ted Cruz a liar. Now he's flipping on it. I don't know when Ted Cruz lied, nor do I care, but I think it's a pretty low move for Beto O'Rourke to say that somebody's a liar and follow in Donald Trump's footsteps like he was riding on Donald Trump's coattails. It was pathetic. Okay, we've got a cast down over at iBlog. We've been knocked off. Let me get it back up again. There you go. Throughout the broadcasts we've been attacked on a nightly basis, and it's been unbelievable. The DDoS attacks, we've been pounding our way through them, and we keep doing it. Despite huge attacks online, we've been knocked off of our live show on YouTube, although we can still upload to YouTube, so you have all the record of our shows dating back to 2008. So it's one of those things that we're just plugging along, and even though I've been censored since 2009, when they got wind of what we were doing, they locked my subscription count, as well as Twitter locked my follower count. So I've got the same number of followers or less that I did back then. It's amazing. Okay, Nick, well, you can keep talking about a third party, but the people that are attacking us are the rich globalists, the Zionists who run the government and run the world. They're desperately afraid of what an honest man in politics will do to their power structure. They're desperate to get rid of me. They want to stop me any way they can within legal means, and I'm sure they're going to pursue non-legal means anytime they see me growing by leaps and bounds. The thing is, they can't see us growing by leaps and bounds. Their net metrics tell them, Nielsen ratings tell them, oh, David's not even on the horizon. But the UHF, the people are reaching around the world, and the people talking about us, word of mouth, they have no metrics for that. They can't hear people talking word of mouth. So they have no idea how fast this movement is spreading worldwide. And that's coming back to create what I hope to be my first legitimate news interview with a real news agency, which I have yet to have in 9 or 10 years of effort. But yeah, thank goodness UHF came along when it did, because people have taken the signal and bumped it, and they made a very, very good effort at pushing us because they like the show. Yeah, I'm not going to ban you from the show. I was feeling, I even unbanned you right after you got banned. Our following in India is probably just as a result of the American dream wanting to be lived out. I think many people look at it. India is one of them. Many people around the world look at the American dream and they want to duplicate it. They want to have a similar experience. I want to get this story out of the way. U.S. Embassy in Australia apologizes for the cat pajama party invite. I think it was kind of funny. But our U.S. Embassy obviously has too much time on their hands. Too much time on their hands. So I'm sure that's a good apology. There are a lot of things happening that just don't add up. We have a serious crisis at the border with the caravan coming up through Mexico. They're leaching through the Mexican stop point, and now Trump is threatening full-on military engagement at the border. Good evening from the Windy City. My legal troubles came to an end today. You pled guilty to breaking that man's jaw and was given 1 year of supervision, which is a slap in the hand. That's not bad. You would be under a microscope, not be able to leave if it had been probation. So supervision is good. You finish your anger management and substance abuse issues, and you're what, 39, 40 days clean and sober? And you've completely given up alcohol. That's excellent, Techwalla. Congratulations on the ruling. Yeah, it was justifiable. The guy was spitting on you. I don't recommend ever hitting anybody because somebody's spitting on you, and you now have to pay the fines. But it seemed more justifiable the way you phrased it. Yeah. And all I'm saying is I'm not in favor of violence. You know that. Day 39 for you. Good. Yeah, I don't believe in fighting back. It takes a stronger man to not fight back. And I was taught that by a Marine that I had a tremendous respect for, my father. He had killed over 100 men in the Philippines, and it carried a big weight on him. His conscience, he wanted to make his son nonviolent because I expressed a certain amount of aggression when I was young, and he nipped it in the bud. He told me, David, it takes a stronger man to not be violent, to just say no to violence. Yeah, it taught me some lessons, and I'm glad he taught me those lessons, because if I had taken out my rage that I had at the time, it would have been bad. It would have been bad. I learned the tough lesson of holding back. It really is. And they learn that in martial arts too. You're not supposed to turn to violence even in martial arts. There's only one martial art that turns to violence on a rule, is Taekwondo. And it's a very violent sport. I don't know if it's that safe for your kids to really get into it. We don't allow people admiring Russia here. I'm so sorry. You haven't learned your lesson. I'm against the Russian oligarchs that control the election. I don't have canned rage, no, but when I was a young man, I had something happen to me. My cousin walked up to me and told me some bad things about his sister. And I was so angry that he was bad-mouthing his sister that I just slugged him. And I really don't know where that came from. It was strange. And it was a big scene. My dad pulled me aside and said, David, you can't do that to people. You can't slug them. I was 7 years old. I mean, I just cold-cocked the guy. He went in crying to his family, but it was a horrible thing to do. Just all he was doing was bad-mouthing his sister. He had that right, I suppose. But cold cock, as in, he didn't expect it coming. I just hit him. Anyway, he ran away and commiserated with his family. I felt really bad afterward. Yeah, that was the only time I've ever hit anybody in my life. And it taught me a lesson. My father, being an ex-Marine, having had such a serious hand-to-hand combat he was involved in, all kinds of things, he taught me how to shoot. I just felt so much respect for my father that I wanted to make him proud, so I resisted fighting back. And I had a couple of street fights where people were beating me up. I'll admit that. They were beating me up and I didn't resist. They just stopped hitting me. I took my punches. But if I turned back and hit the person, I probably would have really hurt them because I was a bigger kid than most everybody around. I had a lot of strength too, and I have this tremendous strength. And you can't run around with this tremendous strength and hurt people with it. You just can't. You have to learn how to suppress that emotion. Okay, so we've got people in crisis in Honduras right now. They're coming up from the border. But we're also seeing people getting money handed to them. And that's really fueling a theory that this might be an attempt by the Republicans to spike the election with a reason for you to vote for Republicans. Now, the theory is that somebody's giving these people money, and it turns out some of the caravans that they've been transported in have been run by Israel caravan companies. The vans are being run out of Israel. They actually own the vans that are moving these people. So Zionists might be pushing this goal to get you to vote Republicans. Remember, Donald Trump is Zionist and supports Zionism. Now watch what they're doing. They're handing out money for people to join the line and become part of this caravan. Look at this. They're handing out 20s, big packets of 20s. Everybody gets money. So if they want to get people to come up the border right around the election time and they're on their way, they can make it by November 6th. And they get free money to do this. Oh yeah. So somebody's funding these people to take the trek up to our border and cause a big real crisis at the border right around election time. I think the Republicans are up to something. I think they're behind it. I think George Soros is funding it. Now, remember, George Soros, he funds Zionism. He doesn't care whether it's Republican or Democrat. Remember, Obama took AIPAC money too. And many people have been funding all kinds of aggression back and forth from the Zionist perspective. Our country is being run by Zionists who are money lenders and money handlers. They want to control the destiny of the world, so they want to hijack the most vulnerable country to money, America, where people like Donald Trump, greedier than all can be, are born every day. And when people are born every day who are greedy like Donald Trump, they have a ripe audience to, to get you into debt, credit card debt. Then you become a burden to credit card companies, and you then become, owned. They own you. You know, when you graduate high school in America, most everybody gets $2,000 credit. That's just to hook you into their Zionist, corrupt, money-lending world that they live in. Now, I said no to Zionism and no to this greed and the credit card reality that many people are living many years ago. And I paid off all my debts and got debt-free at a young age. And it made me so powerful in my own right that I could retire at the age of 50. I have no worries about my future. Whereas most men who are 50, I'm 58, most men who are 50 or more are really worried about their future. I have no worries about my future. I'm not in debt like Trump is. He owes like a huge amount of money. Almost a $1 billion loan with Deutsche Bank he owns. $1 billion, $1,000 million Donald Trump owes Deutsche Bank, and he never paid him back. So they're still writing there's a credit slip on him. So when he does work in White House, we don't know if he's doing work for the Deutsche Bank and the Russian money launderers that were camping out at Trump Tower back in 2013. Many people believe that they really were money laundering at Trump Towers, those people being the FBI. They actually caught money launderers living in the Trump Tower in 2013. So I don't want anyone to forget that this Trump-Putin connection is right there in front of us. It's a conspiracy theory in your mind, but there's so many facts backing it now that it is conspiracy fact. So now that our country is being controlled by the Russians, and we do know that, and the Zionists, they're using Russia to do it because they found a very greedy man in Putin. He has $200 billion. He's one of the richest men in the world. He makes Trump look like a peon. Yeah, Delvin, they're giving money for people to come here. You just saw a video of people getting, packets of 20s or 50s. I don't know what they were getting. Trump is trying to have this crisis at the border right around the election time so that he can look like he's great and he's strong on the border policy. That's the whole goal of what the Republicans are trying to do right now. It's a scam. It really is. It's not something that I would say is going to go away either. Now, some other allegations have come forth from Bob Woodward, Carl Bernstein. Bob Woodward just wrote the book Fear, how people are fearful in the White House. But now his associate back when he was involved in Watergate, Carl Bernstein, said Sunday that President Trump has discussed ways to challenge the results of the midterm elections if the GOP grasps on power slips. If the GOP loses the House or the Senate, he's got ways of nullifying the election. During an appearance on CNN, Bernstein said his sources relayed this information to him on Friday, warning that Trump has talked about a disruption campaign if the results are close, but have the Democrats taking control of the House or Senate. Wow. Yeah, if you want to read that story, here it is. I don't have the time to read it up for you right now, but it's very big allegation, for sure. Not going away anytime soon. Okay, and I'm going to try to there's a lot of news going on right now. It's almost like catch up. Khashoggi's death has a cover story. The U.S. cover story. So it's U.S. meets Saudi Crown Prince despite criticism, blah, blah, blah. Yeah. It's concerning me that just the other day, we were in our chat room and we had a person named Jamal Khashoggi come into our show. Now, you can call this whatever you want to call it, but I'm going to read you the copy of the chat that we had. It's kind of disconcerting, but it lays a whole different picture. Now remember, they have not found Jamal Khashoggi's body. They believe that an imposter had posed like him out in front of the embassy leaving. I'm concerned this was even photoshopped because of the terrible hack marks around his face. I mean, you can see, is he wearing a scarf? It looks like somebody cut and pasted this guy's face into this picture. Excuse me, I'm getting over a cold. I had a 2-day cold or a 3-day cold. But yeah, isn't that weird? It's like, no, that's... Anyway, the theory is that they're pushing is that Khashoggi was one of the 15-man team that allegedly chopped his body up and cut him up while he was supposedly alive. And the only way we know that is from an Apple iWatch recording that was intercepted by Turkey. I'll get to that in a second. They're saying now that the Saudis have concluded that this is one of the 15-man team that came out. It looks like it's been pasted up. It just looks totally pasted up. It was the link sent directly to ATP. It came into our chat room, and it was a Vaughn Live chat room, and this guy claimed he's Jamal Khashoggi. Okay, Khashoggi. Hello, Honorable Mr. Spana. My current unreleased journal implicated the USA and Saudi government. The current cost to drill for oil is exponentially 4 to 5 times the cost of sales. Your 9/11 was caused to drive the price to over $100 a barrel to cut losses by 50%. The attack on America is why I came forward. Now, he believed that this person who's claiming to be Jamal Khashoggi, now remember, they don't have a single piece of DNA proving that Jamal died. He may have slipped out the back door for all we know, and then they made it a big story about it. Now they're exiling him and making it seem like he doesn't exist. He may be living in hiding for fear for his life. Who knows? But then we heard this. This room is possibly my last outlet to brief the world. He says, I'm in hiding. This room is possibly my last outlet to brief the world. Seriously. And then over here it says the cost of production, drilling, and pumping is 4 to 5 times the cost of any future sales at current prices. And I'm honored to be here. And then he had a little discussion with Meow TV there. And then he said, I exposed several countries in my journal. Russia has also built a pipeline and has not disclosed oil futures. My report has turned the petroleum industry upside down. And Washington Post has refused my journal and has gone with assassination stories to, in fact, bury my journal. Okay, so making a person dead to the eyes of the world and putting a hit on him, if he does get out, is exactly what they would do if it was volatile information. They don't want it to get out. Okay, here's the theory. This is a conspiracy theory that is being generated here. I don't think there's a link between those two, no. And I don't believe Khashoggi is dead because there's no DNA proof that he died. No one's presented a plastic bag with a body part in it. Nothing. Okay? So it adds more credence to the possibility that he may be onto something. David, will you cut ties with the brutal Saudi regime as POTUS? All I'm going to do is try to make America more energy efficient. We will boost our oil wells in North Dakota, the Balkan fields. We will give them extra funding to build up the shale oil operation. But I want to make sure it's natural and it's not environmentally hazardous. There's some certain safeguards that we want to make sure that they don't put out benzene to create shale oil. We want to make sure we have robust oil production before we start to sever ties with Saudi Arabia. But I see a transition along the lines of Saudi Arabia is running out of oil. We're going to have to tap into our own supplies eventually. I think it's a much better solution to find hemp and create hempoline and all kinds of renewable energy sources. Hempoline could veritably be a lifesaver for the trucking industry. Remember, trucking drives the price of goods. And because of that, all we need is a low-cost diesel fuel, which will be lower than the diesel we currently charge our truckers. Now, they're paying through the big bucks to move things across the country. Typically, a trucker will pay $1,000 for gas or more. And I would definitely see a lowering of $1 a gallon when we integrate the hempoline concept, once I legalize all of marijuana, cannabis, hemp. So consider this a big part of the new plan to get our country rolling with more renewable energy too. What would you do with a migrant caravan? Well, my idea, which Trump has been stealing my ideas daily for, 6 years now, since 2012. We started seeing him steal all of my ideas. But one of them he hasn't stolen because it involves saving money. Whenever there's money to be saved, he doesn't talk about it, coming out with new ideas. So here is my biggest solution for the problem with the border right now. We could mobilize a container fence that would be only $1 billion in cost and be about 6 months to a year to build, and put that container fence along the border with Mexico. Now here's the concept. We make it out of containers, already pre-made containers, and we build it for $1 billion. Now the cost of containers, these containers generally are so abundant, they're about $2,000 a piece. And totaling up the number of containers needed, we would be looking at about $528 million just to buy the containers, to cover 1,000 miles too high. I will take the migrant caravan, and we will provide enough food and water for them on the Mexican side through an airdrop campaign to provide food and water to people who are in need of food and water, because that's the most important thing for people who are suffering from a long trip. We will provide food and water to those people at the border on the Mexican side, because they will be amassing at the Mexican side. And we'll be doing it in a rapid way. A technique that I call a food drop. And it could be utilizing any number of ways of dropping food over a large area. But the food drop will be a much better solution than to have to bring them into the country. Now, once these containers are in position, they will actually have the ability to live in them. And this is an idea that's kind of been working its way through our room, and we've been talking about it for some time. But we could cut doors into these things. We could easily cut doors and windows into these things. I'm trying to do it with my cursor here, but every one of these could have a door and a window on the ground level. And we could actually have places for people to live with cots. I'm serious. But amazingly how cheap cots are that are comfortable. We could have 15, 20 people living in a 40-foot container comfortably. Now, we're not going to kill anybody. You see, I don't want to create the environment for people to die. But I don't want to make it so easy like Obama did, that he gave amnesty to so many people. 1 million people got green cards. He gave amnesty to so many people that it became almost a nightmare for the transition from Obama to Trump, because of all these people that were coming in toward the end of Obama's era. It sends a message when you give amnesty. I'm not going to give amnesty to any illegal aliens. I promise you that. I will be looking at a 12-hour show, possibly. Sure, I call it a mini marathon. Hey, Neon's up. UHF Neon is coming in. Hey guys. Yeah, on Election Day, November 4th, I will consider a mini marathon, 12 hours. I've done those before. They take a lot of effort, but it's worth it just to track the election.
November 4th.
Yeah, November 4th, I might do a mini marathon.
Okay.
Okay, so Sarah's in the room. I'm going to pull this off. Sarah's never smoked marijuana and never will, she says.
However, I do believe in legalization and hempling both.
She supports legalization and hempling, so.
Whatever you want to do with your own body should be up to you. I believe strongly in legalization and education, and educating people to actually not make that choice. I mean, now we've seen that a lot of people choose to not smoke cigarettes because they know that it's not healthy for them.
All right. We have a lot of things in the news. I'll just bring Sarah up to speed. Welcome, and sorry I haven't been able to say hi to you except just now. But
Hi.
Hi.
Just now.
Saudi Arabia released this footage of what they claim is an imposter. That came out of the team of people. They tracked this person. They believe he dressed like Khashoggi to make it seem like he left the consulate. I argue that this looks like paste up to me. That this photograph, video, it looks like video paste up.
Like an imposter or video paste up, either way.
Yeah, it just right around his head you can see a line. It just looks like they pasted his face in there. It looks like fake Photoshop, like really poorly done. I just introduced the idea that Khashoggi may be alive and that the price of oil out of Saudi Arabia, the production cost is 4 times higher than we're paying. And they're coming up with a reason for us to have problems with Saudi Arabia. We may be seeing Trump being played right now by Saudi Arabia and Turkey working together. That it looks more and more like Turkey does not have verification of. I have to go back on this. Hang on.
Okay.
I'll get it into the chat room. Turkey does not have verification of how they got this audio clip of what they claim is a man being tortured with his arms and legs being cut off while he was alive. Now, Hitler said it very succinctly. He said, tell a lie big enough and long enough and people will believe it. Well, if this is a lie, and if the story is that Khashoggi is still alive and maybe hiding from anybody who could kill him because of a journal he wrote describing Saudi Arabia's dilemma where they need to charge more for their oil and they can't, this makes sense and adds fuel to the possibility that Trump is being played, or maybe he's in on it, to raise the price of our gas. So if things start to get weird with Saudi Arabia, and I don't think we should cut off ties right now until we actually have our own independent source for 18% more oil. We get 18% of our oil from Saudi Arabia, and it will spike our rates if we have any problem or disruption in their production. So let's not kid ourselves. If this is their plan to raise their price of oil, it's very complicated, but it very likely could be. I'm not trusting anything I've seen because I have yet to see any proof that Khashoggi's dead. There's not one stitch of evidence he's dead. And the audio tape that was taken, experts have vetted this. They said that an iWatch cannot be heard in Istanbul.
That's not the audio that was taken, by the way.
It was
That's
not the audio off the iWatch?
It's no.
Where did the audio come from? They have a bug on the guy?
No, they have a bug on the embassy.
Turkey has a bug on the
Yes.
embassy. Okay, well, if that's the truth, again, I can't corroborate that, so I'll get to that. But if there really was torture going on and we heard the audio can be faked. Faking of a torture audio is almost
I
a
think-
guarantee. You can almost guarantee it's fake.
Okay.
We need some points that we can agree on. We need evidence of a dead body, and we absolutely need evidence that this event actually happened. I'm not going to just buy somebody's hearsay that somebody was tortured with their arms being cut off while they were alive. I don't buy that story. I'm sorry. And this is where conspiracy theory is taken off in different directions. I'm more inclined that they're trying to spike the oil rates and that they're coming up with a story to suppress this guy's information. You can believe whatever you want.
All right. You think they did all of that just to spike the oil rates? Oh, I did say that was the reason that I did bring in that possible conspiracy theory. Believing is seeing, not seeing is believing. That you believe something and then you find something to corroborate your way of thinking. And they admitted it. There you go. And how does it affect me personally other than spiking my oil rates? Yeah, Frog Dog does look happy. And Zetterbeard looks happy too. He has a kind of permanent smile on his face. You always look happy, Zetterbeard. You make me smile. You seem to have a nice smile on your face all the time. Yay, we're featured. All right. I'm working on it. Here, I might have to do that again. I'll just give him a 10-minute kick. There we go. He can come back in 10 minutes. This one, on the other hand, is gone forever. All right. I believe in I believe in contrails, but not necessarily chemtrails. Oh, Zetterbeard is happy because his team won. You think he'll be mad next week? I don't think he gets mad when his team loses. He still seems happy. All right. I think we'll do a little bit of trivia. I mean, yes, I don't like gas rates going up, but I'm still going to drive around. That's just the way I am. Oh, should I look at the news? No. I'll do a little trivia. Yes. When it gets enough information, it gets popular enough to get into one of these books, then I'll read about it. You might get edited, that's true. Wait. RoboSkills? Oh. Thank you. I'm working on it. Anyone else I need to take care of? Hello. His debts. What is this? GoPro Splice?
Hey David, how you doing? Man, it's been a while. Brewers finally got eliminated. I just wanted to give you a chemtrail update today.
Oh, right. Just a sec.
Didn't go in the crossfire,
He's
So,
into
this is their-
chemtrails. Let's add these.
About 2 hours ago when I got to work. This is where they're working
Also,
right now. This is all the way to
This caravan thing that they're,
Days they sprayed on this.
this caravan,
All the way down.
Mm-hmm.
Now it's all
Do you want the
clear.
show to hear? Sorry, let me mute this.
Now,
oh, let it play.
Oh,
Who is that?
whatever. It's Jackson, a video
Oh,
from
we'll
Jackson.
play that a little later, yeah.
Okay, David
Thanks,
wants
Jackson.
to say something.
Yeah, this caravan, we have video of people getting paid to join the caravan, which is now, the Honduran caravan is now up to 6,300 people.
Wow.
And we're seeing people hand out 20s and packets of money to people.
Wow.
So somebody's paying them to reach the border by the election.
Oh.
So that Trump has this big, I'm tough on immigration thing pushed. And so the Americans are going to think, oh, we're being invaded. So therefore we need to have, a large group of, a lot of support for stopping the immigration flow. Well, we've been against
So you
illegal
think
immigrants.
It's not Soros. You think it's the Republicans?
Soros has been working with Trump for quite some time. He funded a $160 million building loan to Trump. George Soros is Trump's friend, believe it or not. And
So
these
it would
Russian
be-
Zionists have they've funded a lot of these operations to just to spike the differences between the left and the right. That situation in Charlottesville was funded by Soros when the KKK had a rally.
Yeah.
And
I feel like this room is a little stuffy.
yeah, and then they had a situation where, of course, MoveOn.org and the Baltimore riots and the Ferguson riots were funded by Soros and MoveOn.org. So he'll fund the right or the left to spike aggression in our country. So it's very likely this entire Honduras thing is a big Republican scam to get people to vote Republican. It looks more and more like it.
So David thinks that the whole push on the border is designed to get people to vote Republican. Which could be true. I'm just trying to prevent getting a cold. Am I cold? No. I just don't want to get a cold. I think David got a cold. He thinks he got it from me, which he could have gotten it. He thinks he got it from me from the broccoli I gave him. But I just came in here and I just felt like myself getting it, so I don't want to get it. Am I planning on living forever? No, that's a good point. Maybe I shouldn't care if I get a cold. But I do feel like I do feel like this area is getting, there's some kind of, let me just turn on a fan. You think I should plan to live to be like 200 like David? No, it's not that. It's just, I feel like there's some kind of David's. Okay, I'll fix it. Rex's therapist advised him to stay away from Vaughn Live for a few days. Or forever. Who's going to Turkey for a Thanksgiving dinner at the Saudi embassy? Who? Yeah, I love fries. Maybe. I just... Listen, Thang or Odrim. I just listen. My hair looks terrible? Am I sick? No, but I could get one. Do not get a cold because you're making fun of I could wear this, or I could go put on a mask. One or the other. I know David has a whole closet full of masks and he talks about people wearing them, and maybe I should. You should have a cup of apple cider. Go for the cider, it's the time of year. It is nearly Halloween. I can be like a giant... I say this is my like big candy corn thing because see, I'm wearing candy corn socks. And I think this is like my candy corn sweater, but somebody told me today that candy corn doesn't have red in it. And I said, well, why not? It should. They should make red candy corn. I mean, they're adding dye anyway. So. I'm just pretending to be a giant candy corn. Do I go out like this? No, but... They're little, yeah, candy corn. Someone questioning candy corn colors. Someone I should not talk to. Anyway. Yeah. They're not pumpkins. They're just candy corn. 11 degrees Celsius there. You have the windows wide open. You feel fine. Wow. Oh, I could go out. I went out Saturday. I went out today. I like the pumpkin candy corn too. I had some regular candy corn. Yeah, but some candy corn is made with honey. Smile, fly by night. Smile. Oh goodness, I don't want to touch your phone either. I could feel myself like... Yeah, not gonna answer it. I answered it by turning it on, pressing 2, sending it the caller to voicemail, and then turning it off. You use the cat heating system, it's organic. Just because the phone rings doesn't mean you need to answer it. And that's the way I feel. So I'm not answering the phone. Alright. I do want to do a little bit of trivia tonight. Let me feel. Yeah, a little less stuffy in here. It just was super stuffy. I felt like I was gonna get sick. I still could, but. Alright, we're on the letter S. What is a reproductive cell or group of cells produced by some plants that is capable of developing into an adult plant without combining with another reproductive cell? Plants also produce sperm cells. But the ones in these, when of non-flowering plants, they are analogous to the seeds of flowering plants. Starting with the letter S. Fungi and algae typically reproduce by means of these. They're carried by the wind or some other agency to a new location for growth. There you go, Scrizzle. Yes. It is their spores. Correct, 268 spores. Not s'mores, spores. All right. What is the organ of a flower on which the pollen grows? What's the organ of the flower on which the pollen grows? You remind me of David with his trimmer. Correct, Scrizzle again. But change the I to an E. Good job, Freebird. Yes. And hey, stamen. Stamen. What is a cell from which a variety of other cells can develop through the process of cellular differentiation? These can produce only a certain group of cells, like with skin ones, or any cell in the body, like embryonic ones. 503 is right, 677 is right. They are stem cells. Stem cells. A major controversy involves the question of whether non-embryonic stem cells should be used for medical purposes. I would think embryonic stem cells was the controversy, not non-embryonic. Anyway. What are carbohydrates that can supply energy to living things? Correct, Dr. Meow, and 503 is right. They are sugars. Common table sugar is sucrose. Oh, that's your apple cider, right? Good. I like to heat up my apple cider. Other sugars are fructose, found in fruits, lactose, found in milk, glucose, which is a common sugar in the bodies of animals and plants. Maybe he just lives closer to me and is getting it faster. Fly by Night has a white cat on his stomach or something. Needing you. That's cute. Cute white cat with a white collar. He's using cat heat. Ghost wants David to know that because NASA sent him a free hoodie, he believes we went to the moon. Well, I don't know if that's why you believe it, but okay. I'm not really cold. I like to stay warm, but I'm not cold. What is the process by which two organisms live together, usually to their mutual benefit? An example of a pair of these are like the cows and the bacteria that live in their digestive tract, enabling them to digest cellulose in grass. Otherwise, they couldn't digest the cellulose in the grass without the bacteria that live in their digestive system. Yeah, 677 and 671 and Freebird and Greek God. Yes, it's symbiosis. A hippopotamus and an egret have a symbiotic relationship as well. What is a gap between two nerve cells? Nerve signals are sent across this gap by neurotransmitters. Correct. 503, the mob has it spelled correctly. Skrizzle has it spelled correctly. Dr. Meow is right. They're synapses. Synapse. What is a group of bodily organs that have similar structures or work together to perform some function? Examples include, parts forming a whole. Correct, 503. What is anything when it's parts forming a whole? It's called a system. Correct, 671, Rimfire. Any parts forming a whole is a system. Some examples in the body are the digestive system, the nervous system, and the respiratory system. All right, we're no longer on the letter S. We're moving on to the letter T. What is a single deep root of many deciduous trees that forms the basis for their root systems? Figuratively, this is the source of an idea or work. Correct, 503, 677. It's called the taproot. Taproot. His childhood in Wales is the taproot of his poetry. What is the classification of living things? You got to lie down for just a minute, fly by night. Oh, you're kind of, you're on the right track, Greek God. It is taxonomy. What is the key to the immune system? These cells originate in the bone marrow. Come on, bone marrow. But they mature in the thymus. Oh, that's so cool. Yes, Grizzle. Yes, Rimfire. They're called T cells. And the T, hello, Randy. The T stands for thymus. Who knew? T cells, thymus cells. T cells attack other body cells that are infected by some bacteria or a virus or other pathogens, unlike B cells. The HIV/AIDS virus destroys a type of T cell, leading to the syndrome characterized by a defective immune system. T cell counts are used as diagnostic tests to indicate the strength of the immune system in AIDS patients. What is the long end sequences of a DNA strand occurring at the tip of the chromosomes? A type of repetitive DNA that usually consists of 100 to 1,500 copies of a single DNA sequence. During DNA replication, small parts of this are lost with each cycle. Scientists think that this loss may be related to the aging process. Yep, It is the long end sequences that occur at just at the tip. Yes, 503, you've got it. It is a telomere. Telomere. And they think if they can put telomerase in your body, then it will tell your body to stop breaking off the telomeres, so then you can live longer. I think that if there was more peace and prosperity and food in their home countries, then people would not be involved in mass migration. No, I don't think we should send in the military. I think we should send in farmers and grow food so people will be able to go back to their homelands. If we send in the military, it should be to get rid of the drug lords, which is what they're saying they're leaving because there's violence in their home country. So if we send in the military, it should not be about the people, the refugee, the people that are leaving. It should be about the people that are destroying the place that they left. But they can't just maybe they are not able to make their home better by themselves. They might need some help to make their home better. No nuking. All right, what is the type of cloning with the goal of harvesting embryonic stem cells from the resulting blastula to grow tissues and other biological products with therapeutic value? Oh my goodness, you took it all off, Frog Dog. Wow, you look like a totally different person. I can't believe you just shaved all your beard and hair on screen. And I didn't know you were doing that, otherwise I would have put it on the screen for everyone. Wow. Anyway, that was the answer to that last question, was therapeutic cloning. Oh, he said if I were going to do trivia, he'd shave it all off. I guess I didn't read it. Wow. He did. He shaved off his beard and shaved off his hair. And he's... What? You're not done yet. Wow. Well, no need to shave anything else. Wow. What is a virus created in the laboratory whose function is to transfer DNA into the cells of an organism in the process of gene therapy? Wow. It's called a therapeutic virus. Therapeutic virus. What is the ability of cells such as embryonic stem cells to differentiate into any type of body cell? Plant cells are also this, which helps to explain why a graft of a plant can generate a whole new individual out of just a small branch cutting. Yeah, you're pretty close. Dr. Meow put tetrogenesis. They have totipotency. Totipotency. Oh my goodness. Here, I'll pull it on the screen. So this is the people in the show, and Frog Dog is deciding to shave his head because I decided to do trivia. So he's shaving all his head completely bald. He started with a beard tonight, but now he's going like completely bald. Yes. Maybe he does look 10 years younger. All right. What is a general term used to refer to chemical compounds produced by industry, which if they are ingested or breathed in by humans can cause physiological damage? The disposal of this is a major environmental problem in the United States. Yes, 503671. Well, it would include that because that's... Oh, that's a good one, Moonwalker. The answer was toxic waste. Toxic waste. He's used different blades and he's gotten down completely. I have to say, man, I don't know if I'd go completely bald. I think I have like a mole on my head that I don't want to show, but I don't think I'm going to shave my head anytime soon. Moonwalker said if it cost anyone a dime to hate, people wouldn't have a word to say. All right, what is an organism that has had part of another species' genome transferred into its own through the techniques of genetic engineering? Yes! 503, yes. Well, close. Transgenic species. Transgenic species, yes. What are segments of DNA that shift from one area of a genome to another? Previously, they called these jumping genes. Jumping genes. They call them transposon. I can wear a turtleneck anytime I want. I actually like turtlenecks. Trans species. Yeah, I guess so, Dr. Meow. What is a large carnivorous dinosaur that walked on two legs? You know, it's funny that Frog Dog is shaving his head because usually people shave their head when they go into the summer months, not when they're starting into the winter months. Correct, Dr. Meow, Rimfire, and Adele, and Skrizzle, and 503 and 677. It's T-Rex, Tyrannosaurus Rex. Its name is from the Greek words meaning tyrant and lizard, and the Latin word for king. Tyrannosaurus, tyrant, saurus, lizard, and Rex, king. Is that why he shaved his head for I Love Fries? Okay. I don't have him unmuted because I get tons of feedback if I unmute him. What are animals that have a spinal cord enclosed in a backbone? There are 5 different classes of these. They say you look a lot younger, Frog Dog. You can see your smile better. You know, the nice thing is you don't have like those chins. Like you had a big beard, but you didn't like pull on it all the time, because some people I've seen when they shave and then they end up with like a double chin. It's not pretty. They are actually not invertebrates. They are vertebrates. Hello, Big Guff. The 5 classes of vertebrates are amphibians, birds, fish, mammals, and reptiles. Why did they put fishes in here? It's just fish. One fish, many fish, a class of fish, an individual fish. Well, I don't know what you're saying. Never mind. Oh, yes. Sorry, I didn't warn you. We changed letters from T to V. All right, we're on the letter V now. What are microorganisms consisting of DNA and RNA molecules wrapped in a protective coating of proteins? They are the most primitive form of life. They depend on other living cells for their reproduction and growth, and they cause many diseases. Yes, 503, 851. Six, 7, yes. Rimfire, yes. Viruses. What is the cutting up or dissection of animals, including anesthetized live animals in scientific research? This is also a general term for the use of animals as subjects in lab experiments, especially in the development of new medical techniques and drugs. This is a target of protest by animal rights activists. Correct, 503. Correct. This does vivisection. All right, on to the letter W. We're almost finished with life sciences. What are animals, such as mammals and birds, that maintain a constant body temperature, regardless of the temperature of the surroundings? Haha, 677. Okay, yes, 503. Haha, Dr. Meow. Correct, Rimfire. Warm-blooded is correct. Warm-blooded animals. Who are the 2 20th century biologists that discovered the double helix of DNA? I said haha 677 because he almost got it, but he spelled it wrong. And he knows I like worms, so I thought that was kind of funny. Oh, yeah, so close. 268 and 671 are working together. One of them got Crick. It's not just Watt. It's not James Watt. He was an awesome person, but he didn't discover the double helix of DNA. So close, yet so far away. Who discovered DNA? You should, don't you think, Delvin? Yes, I do care about my worms. There you go. Elementary. Dr. Meow, yes. Watson and Crick. Watson and Crick. Worms are amazing, yes. Did Sherlock helped? Maybe. I do like my red wrigglers. Jack says DNA was actually discovered in 16,500 BC by a high civilization. I might say, yes, you're close. I might say that, Delvin. Sometimes I do. All right, moving on from W, we're on the letter X now. What is the transplantation of animal tissue or organs from one species to another? With the shortage of human organs available for transplant, some work has been done to use pig and non-human primate tissues and organs instead. Some critics charge that this could lead to new dangerous forms of disease if a pathogen that now only affects animals becomes communicable among humans. Correct. 503. So close, Dr. Meow. Okay, yes. Close enough. It is xenotransplantation. Xenotransplantation. All right. What is the system of vessels that transports water in a plant? The system of vessels that transports water in a plant.
Damn.
Xylem.
Xylem.
Xylam. No, xylem. Starting with the letter X, it's spelled kind of like xylophone.
Oh, xylem. It's from the X's, yeah. Xylem.
All right, the next one does start with
Wow.
the letter Z, even though the last one sounded like the letter Z. What is the scientific study and classification of animals? Correct, Rimfire. And 503, zoology.
Zoology, wow.
And then I just touched my nose, which is probably not good. I think I did not get your cold previously, and I wonder if I'm going to get it. But how is that possible? Because
Well, you just
think I
touched your
gave it
nose.
to
You didn't put your hand in your nose or anything. I was smelling the broccoli leaf the day I got it. I was actually, it was touching it, and I think I actually got it right up next to my lips. So it doesn't matter how you get a cold. You got to deal with it when you get it.
Yeah.
Well, go take one of those tea. Let me make a tea for you.
No, I will do it. Thank you.
Okay. Make a hot tea for yourself. We've got one of those left, I think.
Okay.
And we got a whole 5 packets of these things. I bought. There was a dollar store deal that we got.
That's amazing.
Amazing airborne deal. It was $1 a piece. Normally these things are like $300 or $3 rather. And they were airborne, and you take them and they build up your zinc. I have a lovely dinner for you on the stove. Feel free to help yourself. You know, the knowledge base of kids back in the elementary school years of the 1900s was so great. My father told me he had to memorize Gettysburg Address and recite it. Can you imagine how hard that would be? Yeah. But I mean, you had to memorize the whole Gettysburg Address in like 3rd or 4th grade. Well, let's be clear.
Call from Tim.
We're not taking calls from Tim. Donald Trump is making a big endorsement of Ted Cruz, which I think is okay. I think Ted Cruz could stand to win the Senate seat again. I don't like this B2 guy. He threw the liar thing out like it was. Exactly when did Ted Cruz lie? He was called a liar. I mean, that's a pretty cheap shot if you ask me.
Call from
Dickhead.
Dick Head. There's a guy named Dick Head who keeps calling us. Is your twin taking the night off? What do you mean? This is me. Yes, Richard Head, famous for his, crank calls. He's known for his crank calls. When his mom asked him, "What did you do today, honey? Did you look for a job?" "Oh, Mom, I just crank called Dave on the phone."
Call from
Tim.
Same with Tim. He keeps trying to call. If I could get confirmation that Tim was the Tim that on YouTube, I'd probably accept his call because that Tim goes off. I really like, the way he talks. You remember Tim? Terrible Tim?
Call from
Dickhead.
Dick again. You see? That's his job. That's what he does. he calls our show and attacks us. So Shelley took off, but we got other people like Zetterbeard and Hog Slammers in the room. Frog Dog. And I like your new look, man. You're all set, ready for the year. Okay, so Bob Barker is in the hospital, possibly back injury related. He was in severe pain, couldn't get out of bed. He's 94 years old. I know what he felt like. I mean, I had a lumbar problem at one point where I managed to work through it. And of course, I swim every day now, and it helps with my back. But if I don't eat the right kind of proteins, yeah, you can start to lose it in your back muscles. Yeah, I think he looks great. In fact, I'm beginning to think that I am Bob Barker. Let's take a look. I look just like him. Yeah. I could be his twin. I think all that facial reconstructive surgery he did was really paying off. Well, hopefully Bob Barker could get behind door number 1 tonight and get his life together. How you doing, Bob? Rest your back and eat liverwurst. Best damn thing I ever did for my back was to eat liverwurst. I know he has a thing about he's probably vegan. Well, he had those incidences where he nearly touched the women, and he's kind of the first groping accusation guy that kicked into gear. What happened to Gary Bergdorf? I got to find this out. What do you mean R.I.P.? What's going on? He's an American actor. Did he pass away? Let's take a look. Oh. Nope, he's still alive. He hasn't trended my... he cemented his link with Theater 80. MASH star Gary Bergdorf. Yeah, I'm not sure. He's still alive, man. Yeah, I don't know why are you saying R.I.P.? Yeah, you're coming up with fake news. Are you one of those Republicans that puts out fake news to prove to everyone that we're all dealing with fake news? Have you seen those people? They call them QAnon. And where they push this lie, this total lie that the CIA came up with, that somehow Donald Trump is stopping the deep state. Yeah, right. And yeah, Jackson was in earlier. Jackson, you're still here. Let me play your video. These are the skies over his house he was dumped on. Look at this.
Right over my work, Brian. Hey, David, how you doing? Man, it's been a while. Brewers finally got eliminated. I just wanted to give you a chemtrail update today. Hey, David, how you doing? Man, it's been a while. Brewers finally got eliminated. I just wanted to give you a chemtrail update today.
Whoa. Look at that,
They're
folks.
really hitting us hard here.
Look at that.
They've been doing the cross patterns.
Over Wisconsin. Oh, man, can you believe this? We're getting hosed, man.
This is where they're working on it right now. This is all the way towards Chicago.
Yeah, they're just laying it down.
The haze they sprayed on us.
Hard.
All the way down. That was off there.
We're being hosed.
Now, they're right over my
Sprayed.
work spraying. And he's way down. No, there he is right there.
And look at the, I mean, you guys all see chemtrails all the time in your area too, but this is a lot of chemtrails.
You can see the spraying.
Yeah.
And then they've
all
been laying
sprays,
off lately.
folks.
But that's
This
all
is
the way
not
towards
normal.
Madison, so they're working their way from the south,
Yep.
Chicago. And it's just a freaking haze all the way.
They hit you too, Tech Walla. You're right. You're downwind from
where I
this.
work is where it's off.
Oh, wow. I'm getting dizzy.
And they're continuing to spray down here now. You can see these are going to blow up. I'll come out in a little while.
Yeah.
And
They
I will
blow
show
up.
you
They've got aerosols in them.
that it's all hazy, pretty much like it is down there now. All right, have a good one. Happy Monday. Have a good show, David. Good to talk to you.
I like that, man. Your GoPro does its own little thing at the very end when you upload. Yes, I do have the video. We play it every night as a rule because I need to wake people up, because if Michelle runs, as the first woman, to run for office, we've got a problem. I've done everything I could to explain to people that Michelle has a penis. Let's take a look closer up. Blow it up. See it, how big. Yeah, this is like, you can see the outline of the penis and the testicle moving in this particular motion. No, it's not CGI. It's actually her penis. Michelle is a dude, and Barack is a homosexual, and he's a New World Order puppet, and he even rose to power with the help of Zionists at AIPAC. They are absolutely deceiving every American person in this country. Yeah, it's crazy. It's definitely not a battery pack. No, it's not Photoshop. This is real. We've had multiple takes of the Ellen DeGeneres show, and in this particular move that she did, or she did, she had a little flip going on in she's underwear or whatever the hell is going on. I don't think he's wearing any underwear. I think he just kind of got loosey-goosey there and said, I'm so excited to be on Ellen DeGeneres' show that, heck, I want to be a woman too. That's what he said. Now, she does not have a penis. Ellen DeGeneres, she's a woman. So as you can see, and let's put this up in high contrast, Ellen DeGeneres is doing the same dance move, but as you can see, there's no protrudence coming out of her joint. Well, I'm not trying to be funny. I'm trying to tell you the truth. I mean, it hurts, doesn't it? Somebody said the truth is more painful than lies. You notice how that? We're so happy being lied to. It's painful to be told the truth. You notice that? That's why a lot of this reveal stuff that we do on our show is kind of a bummer. I'm not ignoring you. But we're not going to show anything underneath the hood. Sorry. Yeah, everything's private underneath the hood. It's not a medical condition. It's called having a penis. It's not an enlarged clitoris. Or clitoris, depending on how you want to describe that word. And you got a picture of Michelle as well? Michelle, mille maîtres, my French isn't too polished today. Now, this is an early picture of Barack when he was just meeting Michael LaVaughn Robinson. This is right around Occidental time, and this is a photograph of LaVaughn Robinson before he had his sex change. We don't talk about everything under the hood here. And I mean under the hood, not just the hood itself. I know, they have a hood right above there. Do we have to get into all the details here? Because this is getting ridiculous. I mean, you people obsessed with sex, you're like animals. Why can't you be more like a robot? It would be so much better if you humans stopped talking about sex. You act like you want to see sex all the time. Every few minutes, you're obsessed with sex. I'm just trying to show you that you've been defrauded. Thank you for that picture. It's a very good picture. Good one, Jackson. I just think that this obsession with sex is part of the reason why humans have replicated. Well, Michael and I are heavily involved in baking the entire presidency. We've worked together to bake everyone out and make us think that everything's heterosexual. Even their kids. Their kids are not even for real. I mean, their best friends let them have use of their children. Sasha and Malia's parents are not Barack and Michelle. That's a big, phenomenal lie. Let's see what this picture is. Hold on just a second. I'm reviewing my pictures. Now, there would be a transgender couple where Barack is transgender and Michael is a dude. So, what do you think of that? How about them apples? Okay. So, Well, let's be clear. You have been removed from the show. Beep. Well, I'm just trying to say there's a picture here of their supposed parents. With Brock, he's been on the campaign field for the Democrats with his bag of hot air. He's doing a pretty good job of blowing up people's minds and making them think that the Democrats have something to offer. But at this point, I don't even care who you vote for in this upcoming election. But we will be covering it bumper to bumper. I'm going to do a 12-hour broadcast. I think you talked me into it. I'm going to do a mini marathon on that day. So he's out there talking about how bad Donald Trump is, while we're still believing that he's a New World Order puppet. Many people don't know this, but Barack Obama is indeed working for the New World Order. That's why they put a homosexual man with a transgender wife in power, because they own all kinds of information on him. In fact, there's a conspiracy theory that Chris Crocker of YouTube fame, the guy who said, "Oh, don't say that about Britney," that guy, Chris Crocker. Well, he was at the White House with James Alefantis, the guy with Pizzagate and Comet Pizza. He was at the White House 5 times with photographic crews, an entire group of photography people shooting videos. And we don't know what a transgender at the time was doing at the time with James Alefantis shooting videos with Barack and Michelle. So if they have something on them, like dirt, like a sex tape, it's entirely possible that they use that against Barack and Michelle. And all they got to do is say, "Hey, do you want people to see the sex tape of you two together with Chris Crocker?" I don't know if this guy is for real, but he was seen at the guest list 5 times with James Alefantis. Here he is talking about Britney.
How fucking dare anyone out there make fun of Britney after all she's been through?
You probably remember that guy, yeah. Well, he's a new guy now. He's got a whole new look.
Since today is the 10th anniversary of the Leave Britney Alone video, every 5 seconds my phone is blowing up.
And he's still getting huge amounts of hits. He's one of these YouTube stars. But he was at the White House with a camera crew 5 times. And if Barack could explain that, that'd be great. He's infamous for that crap, yeah. She, his, him, her, whatever. Well, let's be clear. Let's pick up a picture of... See, our country's been pretty much kissing the ass of Saudi Arabia for a long time. Here's Barack Obama bending over and kissing the ring finger of King Abdullah. I don't know why his head's moving in this particular picture, but I'll get to that later. Yeah, so we've been kind of cozying up with the Zionists and the Saudi Arabians for some time, and it's kind of coming back to haunt us, because a lot of people are beginning to think that Obama's kind of a New World Order puppet, like I said. Let's not forget that he said recently at the Bilderberg Group, the U.S. must surrender to the New World Order. Progress can only come when individuals surrender their rights. Can you imagine that? I mean, this is one of the reasons why I started America's Third Party. So we didn't have to deal with this problem. We don't want our individual freedoms taken away. And this is where these people, these New World Order puppets, are coming off. Oh, here's that missing ID from Colombia. That's when he was Barry Soetoro. The guy's a fraud. He didn't even officially change his name back to Barack Obama. He's not officially, legally Barack Obama right now. I'm not kidding. So we've been deceived by these two parties, and they've got these actors that are pulling this incredibly weird thing off. This is an actual photograph. Barack Obama embracing as a gay rights activist, he was embracing a kiss with a certain person here. Yeah. So he's been very public about it, but he doesn't make a big deal about it. They kind of sideline his homosexuality and the fact that he's had, 3 boyfriends killed and all that. I think he should be investigated for a lot of things, but here are the parents of Michelle and Sasha. You can see they look just like them. You have been removed from the show. Yeah, Michael getting jealous. I know, that was so funny. But look at this couple. It's a physician's friend of Barack and his wife. They leased out their kids, Sasha and Malia, for the two people. Now, I challenge anybody to find me a picture of a pregnant Michelle Obama. There is not one single photograph of her carrying either one of these girls full term. Nowhere to be found anywhere on the internet. Nothing. Zero. Zilch. So I rest my case. It's not a big, huge discussion, really, that we were lied to. We're being lied to right now. We're trying to pick through the lies regarding this journalist that was allegedly killed, yet no one has his body. Hey, we've got new people joining in the caravan to trigger Donald Trump's reaction. Many people now are thinking that the caravan is something George Soros is putting out because he's a big friend of Donald Trump's. If you go with the idea that Donald Trump is on the inside of this basically as a deep state shill, we're now seeing more and more people join the caravan. I showed you earlier footage of these people actually, oh, this is a good one. These people actually joining the line with getting money. While they're getting money, it's crazy. Trump is making the immigrant issue of the caravan a big part of his politics. He's been endorsed by a lot of people, one of which is Newt Gingrich. Let's see if I can put you in touch with that.
Me at the table. Trump stokes fear to score votes. Yeah? He's talking about the caravan almost every day now, and his comments have a conspiratorial edge to them.
They wanted that caravan, and there are those that say that caravan didn't just happen. It didn't just happen.
And it's a plot. He's saying it's a Democrat's fault. It's nonsense, but it's very appealing nonsense to some viewers. Now let's talk about this with Max Voot. He's a CNN Global Affairs analyst who's the author of the new book, The Corrosion of...
There are some people that believe that Donald Trump is paying people to be part of this caravan, you know, so it's a real big issue that just isn't going away. People have been receiving money in the caravan. We have photographs of it. Got some other stories I have to show you though, but check this out. I showed this earlier in the pre-show. You're going to see people handing out money to the people in the caravan.
Solo las mujeres primero. Vayan saliendo. Solo las mujeres primero. Solo las mujeres primero. Vayan saliendo.
Okay, we're recording this, but people can barely see the feed because we just got knocked off the internet. Let me get back into the show. We just got DDoSed hard just now. Yeah, they're trying to create an immigration crisis at the border right around the election time. Okay, the Republicans seem to want to create this crisis. Many people don't know it, but George Soros and others the Zionists fund Donald Trump. He's working with George Soros. He's already fronted $160 million to Trump. I was DDoSed earlier for this story. This story is not the only story that's going to be more important in just a few minutes. There's evidence that Khashoggi, hang on. Khashoggi may very well be alive. They have not seen his body. No one has any DNA evidence of his body. So there's stories that are just absolutely mind-blowing here that are blowing out onto the internet, conspiracy theories that are wide open and could very well be true. We were approached by Khashoggi in our room, we think, or I think, and it's just a crazy situation where there's virtually a person who is running for his life. He claimed in our chat room, and I showed you the chat room earlier. Here's a copy of the notes from our chat room. It's bizarre, but let me see if I can open it up a little bit. Yeah, I can't really make it any bigger, but okay. David, are you okay? Okay, yes, I'm fine. David, there it is, disconnecting again, blah, blah, blah. Oh, that was back then. Hang on. Here we go. Hello, Honorable Mr. Sponheim. Now, this is really weird. We got this in our chat room just the other day, 2 days ago. Honorable Mr. Sponheim, my current unreleased journal implicated the U.S. and Saudi government. The current cost to drill for oil is approximately or exponentially 4 to 5 times the cost of sales. Your 911 was caused to drive the price to over $100 a barrel to cut losses by 50%. Now, that really did happen. Now, if the Zionists who run Israel and have a global vision for the world and want to control the world are working with Saudi Arabia, which we believe they are, our U.S. government is a classic conduit for both of those. Saudi's not getting enough money, and it's difficult for them to raise the price of oil. Now, I'm just saying, this guy came into our room and said this. The attack on America is why I came forward. Okay? He said, I'm in hiding. This room is possibly my last outlet to brief the world. I mean, this is the sound of a desperate man. The cost of production, drilling, and pumping is 4 to 5 times the cost of any future sales at current prices. He says, I'm honored to be here. He had a communication with Dr. Meow. He says he's currently in Istanbul. He's in hiding. He says, I exposed several countries in my journal. Russia has also built a pipeline and has not disclosed oil futures. My report has turned the petroleum industry upside down. Now, we talked about that pipeline, the Gazprom connection to Russia. Even though Donald Trump, he refused to impose sanctions for 1.5 years, which is clearly conspiring with Russia. He finally is imposing some sanctions against oil shipments and gas shipments, but Russia is running Gazprom. And it works directly with the French, the Chinese, to sell oil that they buy from us, natural gas that they buy from us and sell back to us at a higher price. I'm not kidding. There's a scam going on here. But anyway, this guy's exposing this. And the Washington Post has refused my journal and has gone with the assassination story to, in fact, bury my journal. Interesting, huh? So a top journalist has some commodity, and he presents it to the Saudi Arabians. They're interested. They say, no, we don't want to hear this. Instead of killing him, maybe they just, send him out the back door. And that possibility could be the reason why we're going to see things ramp up with Saudi Arabia. If this conspiracy theory is true, we will probably see the price of gas go up considerably. Donald Trump will raise the issue of having problems with Saudi Arabia. At first, he seems to be siding with Saudi Arabia, but then it'll all of a sudden become a problem. And if that plays out in the news, they will be pricing up oil. And if that's the goal, and it's also the goal of Russia and the Zionists in Russia who want to get a higher price for oil out of Russia, because remember, oil is one of the primary currencies that Russia is building their future economy on. So they're trying to jack up the price of oil, and it's going to cost every one of us in this entire decade as it unfolds. As we're entering the 2020 era, we may be paying $5, $10 a gallon all across the globe. Right now, countries across the globe are paying $9 a gallon. There are places that charge that much in U.S. currency. So we're very lucky we have like $3 a gallon because we're one of the largest buyers, but this could be a plan by the Saudis to flip this so that they can get a higher price. That's the conspiracy theory. Well, if you raise the price of gas, it will push battery technology farther, and I think that's a good thing, John. But we're not using the price gouge to improve the environment, and that's the thing. If we don't do what we need to do to clean the environment and even perhaps improve filtration on mufflers, maybe even develop even new technology that'll help with carbon dioxide increases from smokestacks, which is a huge thing. But there's a bigger problem going on, and it's not global warming due to your gas due to your petroleum use. It's nothing to do with that. We are under attack. I know this sounds really ridiculous when I say it, when we're under attack. We really are. There is some sort of a weather warfare going on right now in our area throughout the world. We just saw that video from Jackson, and it was so bad. The climate change is happening. We're seeing massive alterations in our weather. What they're trying to do is trigger this experience. They're trying to push it on us. They're definitely trying to create the image that we are indeed in need of change, like tax legislation, possibly carbon point legislation. We hear this from the Democrats. Trump is now starting to agree that there's climate change problems. He's starting to act like a New World Order puppet. They knew that they had a rough guy that they had to control. Now they're getting him in line. And they've got John Kelly to back him up and control him. But Trump is a good puppet because he can be controlled through two different methods. One, he can be controlled by the debt that he owes to the Russian Zionists, the Zionist oligarchs, etc. He has a tremendous debt that he owes them for winning the election. They rigged the election in favor of Trump. There's a lot of people that really believe that this election is a flipping point, and that Trump is even capable of altering the course of where our country goes. This article I just mentioned earlier shows that Carl Bernstein suggests that he has solid information that Trump is preparing to do something if the Democrats win the House or the Senate. They're saying that Trump is going to try to move in a big way like a dictator and control the election. So this is happening too while we speak. Bernstein said his sources relayed this information to him on Friday that Trump has discussed ways to challenge the results of the midterm elections if the GOP's grasp on power slips. So it's very serious. Trump is going to do a power grab. He's going to resist any type of oversight. Mueller is acting like he's in slow motion, so it makes me think that we've got a problem. Mueller is not going to be able to present any information that's valid in time for the election, that's for sure. He's already colluding. We could have easily found out about the obstruction charges. He said that he'd have obstruction charges by September, and he hasn't delivered anything. He lied. Mueller lied. I know. What can we do? We have to start a third party, Akira. That's what we can do. I've been running this show for 10 years with all of this vision of the future, and I'm still working to try to get the American base to even hear our message. So it's all about breaking through this barrier that we have. The censorship is so high on us, the mainstream, that we can barely even get past this. We're doing an online presentation every night for free. I don't want to pay $15 for a steak either, Delva. I don't want to pay $10 a gallon for gas. We have a plentiful supply of fuel in America, and oil is abundant. But these people want to monetize and create scarcity, and they're using tactics to do it. Yeah, I covered the story about Bob Barker. He's been rushed to the hospital. He's got severe back pain. I think it's lumbar. It's very, all he needs to do, Bob, if you're listening, eat some liverwurst and help get the amino acids up in your body to build that muscle tissue, Bob. Yeah, eat some liverwurst. And I also think you should possibly maybe get a swim spa in your house. I know you have some money. I put a swim spa in my house, and I love it. Helps with the back. So in a few years, he'll be as good as new. I hope he makes it to about 200, like I want to. Yeah. Behind door number 1 is St. Peter. Behind door number 2 is the devil. Your choice. All right. Yeah, he's still alive. He's just in the hospital. He needs to rest his back. Get a chiropractor, get some liverwurst. No, Dave. No, he's still alive. Yeah, You think it's like the Mandela effect? Okay, I am Bob Barker. Not Bob Barker. Yes, I keep my spot 90 degrees. 24/7. So at any time I can jump in it and take a spa. Yeah. I said to myself a few years ago, David, you've got a real need for this. And because I had a back problem, a lumbar issue, I inherited it from my dad. I had to say, hey, I gotta rethink this. So I do yoga exercises, and I of course limber up, but I also have to eat my liverwurst. I know that sounds ridiculous, but it's the only thing that helped. That and shrimp. It's apparently the glucosamine in shrimp. Bovine-derived glucosamine is better than shellfish-derived, but shrimp does have glucosamine in it, which helps muscles and ligaments. Yeah. Oh yeah, it's great to have it. And I set myself out to look for one, and I went on Craigslist, and I kept looking and looking. Finally, I found one for $2,500. But by the time I got it all hooked up and built the deck around it, it was $6,000. But that's still a really good deal for a swim spa. What do you have? Lithium orotate? What the hell's that? I got to get Hog Slammer's got to get on camera here. What are you doing, man? You're eating lithium? Is that your med to keep you happy? So you're on medical lithium, huh? Right on. Keeps them normalized. Well, some people are doing that. It's helping. Yeah, there it is. I'm blocking the screen, but it's cal. It's lithium. Lithium orotate. Yeah. Well, it is a Class D birth defect problem for women, so you can't just take lithium. No, it's a stairway into a 10-foot by 6-foot spa. Well, at least it helps you with your mood swings. That's good. Yeah, keep up the good work. Oh, I had you on mute. No wonder.
Oh, I had you on mute. No wonder.
Okay.
Alright, I got my headphones in.
Oh, I don't mean to have you put your headphones on. It's such a bother. You're giving your time to us, and so you're on some lithium to stabilize your mood swings. Is that what's happening?
Yes, ever since I got on over-the-counter lithium. You can get this at the health food store for like $10 for a 3-month supply. It's way cheaper than the doctor. It has kept me from drinking alcohol for over a year, and
good.
I haven't had any major swing episodes.
Excellent.
I've been taking.
So it stabilizes your mood swings. So lithium has kind of a miracle effect on people with mood swings. So it's not such a bad thing, but we have to accept the fact that lithium is dangerous if we breathe it. Fluoride is bad when we drink it. Scientists just found a story about fluoride that's very disturbing. Let me bring that to you. Here it is. On a separate subject, apart from lithium. Thank you, Hog Slammer. We're looking at a situation where scientists are stunned as first of its kind study reveals strong link between fluoridated water and ADHD. Dum-de-dum-dump. Turmeric is great for the body, yes. It's good for the pineal gland. Fluoride shrinks the pineal gland and forces behavior like ADHD. There are many reasons to oppose fluoridated water. Not only is it a form of government-dictated mass mediation, or medication rather. Research has consistently shown that fluoride consumption has a host of ill effects on human health. Recent research has once again confirmed that fluoride is a neurotoxin, with developing fetuses and young children being the most susceptible to its deleterious effects. Scientists from the University of Toronto recently confirmed that exposure to high levels of fluoride in the womb increases ADHD-like symptoms in school-aged children. Dr. Mortiza Bashash, the study lead author and researcher at the Dalai Lama School of Public Health, commented on the findings and stated, "Our findings are consistent with a growing body of evidence suggesting that the growing fetal nervous system may be negatively affected by higher levels of fluoride exposure." And we've been saying this all along, warning people about drinking fluoridated water. That's not just a conspiracy theory, that's a conspiracy fact. We'll be talking about that on Truth Tuesday tomorrow. Without a doubt. So if you guys are drinking beer, a lot of you guys drink beer, you must know that the German beer and then the beer out of the Amsterdam and other areas like the Netherlands have no or less fluoride. And I was surprised to find out. Yeah.
Who has that?
Well, beer from Germany, Amsterdam, like this Grolsch beer has no fluoride.
Wow.
The ones that have the little cap on them. So I actually picked up a couple at our local store, just in case somebody wants to come by for a beer. I picked up a few of these things. They're only like $1.99 for these Grolsches. So I picked up a couple of them. But yeah, I don't drink, but
I don't drink.
it's good to have something in case somebody wants a beer when they arrive, you know, if they ever arrive. Yes. So, Sarah's here. She's got the autumn sweater on.
David's gonna go have his dinner.
Oh yeah,
So
I
I
ate my
think
dinner.
Frog Dog totally shaved his head.
Yeah, I think it looks good, man. I'm glad you went for the shaved head look. Yeah. I noticed that it's kind of like the Yul Brynner look he's got going on.
It's so funny. I was just telling him though that, like, you know, I feel like I'm going into winter. And
Yeah.
he decided to shave. So I'm putting on my sweaters, and he decided to shave his head and put on a tank top.
Well, I'm just kidding. If I didn't want to, I didn't think thought I was hurting your feelings. Because look, I don't like trivia because I feel so stupid.
I think your mic's a little low, man.
Tonight, guys.
I think your mic's a little low. I'm sorry to say, but I think you need to raise your volume.
That's okay. If he raises his volume, then it could get feedback.
That's true, but I got him on.
Says high volume can cause hearing loss.
I'm trying to make a hard time hearing him.
Oh, okay. I can do that, Dave.
Yeah. Well, that's
I can do
okay.
that. Let me see if I can turn on the microphone boost.
Don't worry about it.
Now we can hear you.
Mic check now.
There you go. There you go. Now you're up. All right. Okay. Well, I'm going to leave you.
I said if Sarah plays trivia one more time, guys, I'm gonna shave my beard and my head. You watch. And sure enough, she did. And I don't like trivia. I feel so stupid, you know.
Yeah,
especially
don't
the
worry about
subject she's on. But I didn't want to hurt her feelings or
I
anything.
know. I know.
I was just playing a game.
We've had a demand for a spelling bee here. I don't know if you guys want to.
A spelling bee.
Yeah, well, you put out a word and have people spell
I
it.
could totally do a spelling bee.
She might. Yeah. Okay, Hog Slammer. Thank you, man. Okay, so Sarah is going to take over the show while I have some dinner. We had some major stories here that are just, kind of
Totally
phenomenal.
ignoring the news.
Well, the news for political junkies like myself is so interesting now. I've never seen more interesting news than we're getting today. Today was just loaded with stuff, and the more you think about it, the more you wonder, is a lot of this true?
Scientists are stunned as a first of its kind study reveals a strong link between fluoridated water and
ADHD.
ADHD?
Yeah.
Really?
Yep. I was just showing that to the room. It was oh, there he is. I got double hog slammers. I was just showing that to the room. It was kind of a scientist stunned.
Oh, why don't you put in the whole screen?
I am going to do that.
Yeah, I'm always into that one whenever you...
Yeah, you can look at that if you want. But if you want to roll through the articles...
I want to look at just that one.
Hey, Amber. Hi.
Hey.
Stephen, I don't push my heart. I gave up doing push-ups and weightlifting. I used to work out with weights and everything, but now I just do low-impact exercises and swimming. I try not to overdose my heart. I plan on living a long life. Hey, there's a story here about Trump. He has a mystery tax that he's claiming he wants to get 10% for middle class, for all tax for everybody. It's as though he's watching our show. And somebody said he just brought this up and nobody in the House knows about it. He said Paul Ryan's been working on it, but nobody at Paul Ryan's office knows what he's talking about. It's either a case of him watching our show and then talking about things that he sees on our show, like our 10% flat tax, or he's just got Alzheimer's and he doesn't know what he's saying. But I have a feeling he's watching our show because everyone's been watching his tweets at night. They almost parallel what we talk about in the show. And they're seeing a direct connection between this guy's mouth and what goes on in our show every night, which has been a constant thing for 6 years since he first arrived.
You should just see yourself as a shadow president.
I do, and that's how I frame it. I see myself as a shadow president insofar as that if this guy likes my ideas so much, he's copied like 20 of my ideas. If he likes it so much, that makes my job that much easier when I take over and when I have to actually implement my ideas, like the container fence, which should have been built by now. A container fence could easily be built for $1 billion, and Trump is wasting time. We've got a showdown coming up at the border. So I think we need a real aggressive stance on this and a quick solution, not some pie-in-the-sky $25 billion fence that Mexico is going to pay for. That's my idea originally, a 1,000-mile fence. So, all right. Sarah's got the show, giving you the reins. Thank you.
Okay. I'm not too cold, but that's because I'm wearing a sweater. I'm preempting the cold weather. Yeah, what happened, Frog Dog? Did you boarded up all your windows in the old days? Let's see. He's trying to explain to people, but I can't hear him. You boarded up all your windows, and now you're so warm that you're wearing a. He's typing it now. He's preempting winter. It's smart to preempt winter. Oh, good. Preempt winter until you can afford brand new windows. Smart. I like that idea. I really do. Okay, I did want to read this thing about the ADHD stuff, but I'm not sure if I trust this source. Let me just look into.
I'm not ADHD, I'm bipolar, not otherwise specified.
He's none of those, none of ADHD, bipolar, or otherwise specified. No, I'm never giving my sweater back to the 70s. I'm never giving my sweater back to the 70s. I'm gonna keep it. All right. ADHD and fluoride.
If you eat grains, vegetables, mustard, kelp, pistachios, dairy, fish, and meat, guess what? You're having lithium. Fact.
Wait, say that again. All the things that have lithium in them. Everything, basically.
Right. It's a dietary lithium is in vegetables, grains, mustard, kelp, pistachios, dairy, fish, and meat. Pretty much everything.
Wow.
I still can't see where it says that it is an essential trace mineral, but I believe, and I think a lot of researchers believe, that lithium excretion is, people go through lithium in their mind a lot faster, and they need supplemented with it to function correctly. And it affects the hippocampus in the brain, where you have your emotions, and that's why I can be all over the place. I can be enraged and then crying, and within minutes.
And you think it's because of fluoride?
With ample lithium supply. Yeah, well, Dave's changed it over to kind of in the same breath, went from lithium to fluoride, which wasn't quite fair.
No.
But he was making a different point.
Okay.
Some other dude in the chat said, I'm taking fake lithium because it's not lithium carbonate. And lithium orotate has poor documentation. And so I'm just going into, YouTubers that's been experimenting with it as, something that helps them. And they're having good results. And I'm just in there with the experiment too.
Is it an over-the-counter?
Good results, and that's a fact. So whether it's placebo or not, as long as it's helping me, right?
Is it an over-the-counter thing that you're taking?
Yep. You can go to like a general health food store where you can get those $30 organic berry chocolate wafer bars, and you've got all those little medicines.
And it has like lithium in it. Wow.
It looks like it's really lithium and uric acid, and they've tested it for about 10 years, but they just didn't do very good scientific method testing on it.
Wow. That's pretty interesting. Yeah. The thing is that Well,
They also have lithium aspartate.
that's pretty interesting. If it works for you, I guess that's fine. Whatever you, and sometimes it's what you believe works for you. You can change the chemical makeup of your brain. That's what I heard a keynote speaker this past weekend say.
Yeah, well, I'm allergic to needles, okay, and that's all in my brain. It's true. You can't be allergic to needles, but I tell them, are you allergic to anything other needles? And they're always coming back laughing. I'm like, what? Look, I'm not coming back to this hospital office ever again. You hear me? Because you guys always want to stick me with a needle every time you get me on those crazy pills. Oh, well, it could kill you, so we're going to cut it back here and judge your liver. No, I'm going to take something over the counter that's much, much safer. It may not be tested, but it's very little lithium compared to what you guys want to give me. And guess what? A little bit's better than none. It's true. As long as I can avoid those needles, you know what I mean? The adherence to my program is going to work better than theirs.
Fluoride consumption, okay. Wow. Scientists from the University of Toronto confirmed that exposure to high levels of fluoride in the womb increases ADHD-like symptoms in school-age children. The findings are consistent with a growing body of evidence suggesting that the growing fetal nervous system may be negatively affected by higher levels of fluoride exposure. And there was this one I was reading about in actually NIH, National Institutes of Health. Parents reported higher rates of medically diagnosed ADHD in their children in states in which a greater proportion of people receive fluoridated water from public water supplies. And they say the relationship between fluoride exposure and ADHD warrants future study. And that was back in 2015. That's okay. I don't mind my hair looking a little messy. And thank you. And there's a.
Make gains.
That is interesting that fluoride does have that. Fluoride does affect ADHD. That is pretty interesting. All right.
Our water department are crooks, and we have a separate business that refilters the city water, and they caught so many poisons in the water where we have professional city workers that go in there and test the water department, and they're always passing with flying colors. Oh, everything's normal, everything's clean. And then when it gets to the secondary water plant from the private company that I buy my water from, that gets filtered 12 more different times, they find poisons and poisons and poisons, and then they take it to the news, and they just kind of sweep, they say something about it, but they don't make a big deal about it. Like, it's just like the racist Republican that said that the reason we can't have legal weed is because black people in the 30s, blah, blah, blah. And everybody just keeps their mouth shut and just like, oh, okay. Like, everybody here in Kansas is so fluoridated, they're docile, right, from the fluoride, that they just let these idiots that are running everything run us over. Right?
Yeah.
There's only a few people like me that don't ingest fluoride on a daily basis that's awake to all this crap. And when we try to fight it, like I said, they just sit up there and act like you're an idiot. Like that's not happening, even though it's in their face. And we showed them the proof. We have the KU professor that came in and told them you're not supposed to drink it. It's only good topically. You know, somebody's either getting paid big bucks to dump the fluoride from wherever it's coming from.
Well, usually,
where is it coming from?
So
Jeffrey
fluoride is a byproduct of aluminum processing. So if you have any aluminum processing facilities near you, that could be where it's coming from, because it's a waste product from aluminum production. So it's like, yes, and where do they take their fluoride when it has this waste product? Oh, let's just put it into the water system. And that's just ridiculous. Thank you, Scissor Fight.
It's true. It's true.
Yeah, I definitely don't believe in.
Under the guise that it's good for your children because they're too stupid to brush their own teeth.
Right, or the thing is that if they wanted to add fluoride to water or milk or something, then people could buy it on their own time. They don't need to have it. Then it's a choice. When it's coming through your faucet, it's not really a good indication that that's a choice. I mean, everybody needs to get water from the filter.
You know what they told me? Go buy your own filter. I told them, no, you buy my filter, because I don't want your fluoride.
Yeah. I mean, why?
You should have heard me. I went round and round with water.
It's like, why do they have to add it in the first place? Why can't people add it on the... Anyway. Yeah. Because now, I know that...
They say it's good for the kids, that they're doing all of Kansan's favor to keep the kids' teeth healthy, which really doesn't have any evidence, because there's no free dental care. I mean, exactly, there is, but not for everybody, just for the super poor people.
Yeah, I don't believe that people should. I believe in almost like an NIH kind of situation where people don't have to have income to qualify for medical care. I think that's
It's a racket. I got dental care, through Blue Cross Blue Shield, and they charged me like $35 a month for dental. And they said, you can get 4 cleanings a year, and the dentist said, you're gonna need 2 bridges, right? And then we're gonna have to take your molars out, but we can't do that until, your probationary's up, which is a year away. Well, if you take 35 times 12, you might as well just pay out of your pocket. You know what I mean? And it's cheaper. It's like a racket. It's a ripoff. Like, it's just, I don't get it. It's like, 6 months into it, I'm like, you guys, I'm not coming back here. Thanks for the cleanings. You did good, but I'll just save my money.
Yeah.
I'll just save my money out for those bridges when they come.
That's pretty interesting. 795. He has a friend in the medical field, and he says that fluoride's bad for you. If we could convince the people at those city water systems that it was, that's the. I will say around here, I don't know if they add fluoride in the city near here. They don't add it in the local community, and they bring it from the well. There hasn't been fluoride found in the naturally. Fluoride can occur naturally, but if it occurs naturally, just let it be. But there's no reason to add it in addition. It just isn't necessary. All right, taste.
Right, and per city they have different levels. Like you can't go and buy a case of Pepsi that's mixed with municipal water from a Pepsi plant from that city and allow it to be imported directly to another city, another state away, or even, because they all have these weird regulation numbers. Like, well, this city gets 5.8 ppms and that city gets only, 3. So they have to have this weird system of shipping only, a certain ppm of fluoride per city. I don't understand.
I don't understand that either. And especially because, like in our state, if you get water that's been bottled in our state, they don't have to add fluoride to it. But if you buy water that's been bottled in another state, in order to import it into our state, it has to have had fluoride added to it. And I don't understand that at all. I really don't. And then they have like they
Like,
have
to make it legitimate, they have to make it complicated.
right, and then they have like in the nursery aisle or the bottled water aisle, they're like, oh, to add for your baby formula, buy the fluoridated water. And it's like, but babies don't even have teeth yet? So why would you buy fluoridated
It's true.
water for them? It doesn't make sense. Yep. Isn't that crazy? Posey's said, I know, Posey. I haven't voted yet, but I do have my ballots to vote, so I will do that soon. How do we know the water isn't sitting out in the sun before transport? True. They're saying a big tsunami or something. An earthquake is going to hit the East Coast. Could be. Yeah, it's 4 parts per million is supposed to be the limit. I hope so. Yeah. I will send it in this week, definitely, Posies. It's true. Gotta send it in before next week. I have like 2 weeks, but I'll send it in. Fortunately, the way they have voting here in our state is they have I think all ballots maybe. Anyway, they have ballots by mail, and then you can either pay to do the stamp to return it, or you can drop it in a ballot box, which is like a big drop box at certain places like the voting center. So I will drop it in there directly, and then they can count it. So that's a good earthquake.
I missed my registration, so I can't vote.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah. So you're out in Kansas. Is it getting cold there already? Yep, send it into the recorder's
it gets into the freezing temperatures, 30s.
Oh, wow. I'm fortunate. I don't think we're in freezing for... I'm going to see if it's going to be another 10 days or not. I'm putting my garden to bed tomorrow. So I've got one part of that is pulling up everything that the garden doesn't need, and then I'm going to be pulling up Brussels sprouts tomorrow. Oh, good. We're above freezing for at least... Is this right?
Yeah, we're having a warm winter.
Yeah, we are having a warm winter.
Fall, I should say.
But it's going to start raining.
Oh.
I got this huge tree right in the middle of my backyard where I would want a garden, but all the grass is half dead because there's so much shade.
Did you get your airborne, or you want me to make down?
I didn't get it. I don't think it's coming on, but
okay.
I think I just needed to eat something.
Be sure to take zinc every day, though.
I probably should. I should set up my pills with zinc and calcium and all of that. Tomorrow should be a good day for the garden. It's just going to be... Wait, make sure I have the right one. Tonight's foggy. Tomorrow's partly cloudy. Yay. 20% chance of rain. Yay. And then Thursday the rain starts, and then next week it's rain. Well, Tuesday's AM showers, which would be good, but then after that, October and into November, last few days in October and all the way through November, rain, 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 rain. And then it'll get down to 52, 42.
Sounds like Seattle.
Yeah, exactly. Well, they say rain is like 60% chance. But next few days, just 10 to 20% chance of rain. So that's pretty good. Thursday is an 80% chance.
That's when I had my first bipolar episode, was up in Seattle. It rained so much. No sun.
It's more like the...
Oh my God.
It's not... And it's not like bipolar, it's just the weather. It's called, what is it called? Weather-induced depression or something like that. It basically can cause you to do that. That only, you have to get those lights that are that emit the same UV rays as daylight in order to help with the depression, because it can, once it gets dark here around October 21st, which was yesterday, it's starting to get dark at 6 p.m. and then it gets light at almost 6:30 a.m. So we're at 12 hours and 12 hours. Yeah. It's sad, yes. Forget what that stands for, but yes, we get the sad up here a lot. Yeah, in Alaska they wear special light hats for that. Yeah, it's crazy. And then it'll get I wish weather.com showed the time too. Let me look at the sunrise sunset in our
I want to go to Nevada and then snowbird down to like Arizona, Mogollon Rim. And then
yeah.
I'd follow the coast down to Florida to Oma and come back.
Yeah, that would be good. He already told me about his self-prescribed, self-administered lithium supplement, Jack. He was telling me about it. Yes, thank you for the mob for telling me about what SAD stands for. Seasonally affective disorder.
Yes.
Yeah, it's when the seasons affect your mood.
Yes.
And it really does happen up in this area.
It does. Suicide rates are higher in colder areas. It's true.
I can't believe tomorrow sunrise is not till 7:43, and then sunset's at 6 o'clock. 7:43.
Yeah.
Sunrise isn't until. Never mind.
It's pretty late. Yeah, Eric Beerson says get out an RV and follow the sun. Become a desert hound in the winter. Yeah, a lot of people do that in their retirement years. It's true.
Yeah, I need about $10,000 saved back after I get my van turned into an RV and the house paid off. And
right.
I just keep finding stuff that I want to do with this house, like cutting that tree down.
Yeah.
Is huge. Build a privacy fence and having a garden. And
yeah, you can improve every property out there. There's so
solar
many projects
panels on the house here and getting off the grid here, even though I'm in the city.
Yeah.
But
every house is a new project.
But yeah, I just want to have a home base. I think it's a good thing to have a home base instead of just going completely only.
Oh, I agree. I totally agree.
And that's all you.
Yeah, if you're able to do that.
Yeah, for sure.
Transmission goes out.
Well, it's affordable, You can have a home base nowadays for, the properties like on the East Coast in North Carolina are really cheap now that the flood's over. There's a lot of deals out there for land.
And the 1st of October, the sunrise was at 7 a.m., around 7 a.m., and now it's 7:40. And sunset was 6:50, and now it's 6:10.
Yeah, it's really messed up. That's why we have daylight savings time, I guess.
And then it'll just
When's that happen? When do we fall back? Coming up
I
this
thought
Sunday?
that, didn't it not? I don't know.
We don't know. We're not sure exactly. It happens every year, but who records the date,
November 4th.
November 4th. Okay, so that's the election day.
It won't happen until November 4th. Well, it's a few days before it.
November 6th is the election day?
It's always on the first Tuesday of the month following the first Monday of the month.
Whatever that Tuesday is.
Yes, so Tuesday is November 6th. But
okay.
Yeah.
Be sure you wash your hands after that.
No, I keep doing that.
Thank you so much.
November 4th is a Sunday, and it is daylight. It's when daylight savings time ends.
Okay, so it'll be Sunday, November 4th. But the election will be on the Tuesday. Okay. Thank you, Sarah. You're awesome. Have a great afternoon, evening. Rest. Get well. I warmed the room up there for you, so
thank you.
Get it nice and toasty in there. We like to run the space heaters to do zone heating in the winter and the fall. So we managed to save quite a bit. If I ran the full house heat, it would be around $450 a month. Zone heating is about $150, right around there. Yeah, so if you want to try condensing down to one room, you'll be saving a lot more money. That's why so many people are liking the tiny house movement. Yeah, space heaters are pretty good. We saw a video the other night where a guy tried putting a radiant space heater in front of his girlfriend's head, which is kind of weird, having this radiant space heater. And then he had an electric blanket on, and he totaled up his electric bill, and it was hardly anything. But she had like a toasty space in the middle of this really cold 25-degree weather. She was sitting in like a 75-degree toasty space with like an electric blanket and a space heater. So you can actually heat just that area that you're in, or hang out around the wood stove. But then you get potential particulates from the wood stove burning. Yeah, central heat is a total waste. But you'd be surprised how many leaks there are in the house. Typically, your house, every one of your electric plugs needs like a foam behind it. If it doesn't have foam to protect the heat, otherwise it leaves the electric outlet. I think in my house, it's standard issue. It's required in modular homes to be built. Back in the 70s, they created really good standards for modular homes and mobile homes. Believe it or not, they're really well built compared to stick frames that are just thrown together. So then if you really want a really good home, you need to build it yourself and have a stick frame set up. Yeah, so we're talking about conspiracies tonight. There have been a lot floating around. The theory that this Khashoggi thing isn't popping up, no one knows where his body is advancing into the possibility that they're trying to manipulate the oil prices. They're trying to come up with an excuse. So if things change, it's going to be interesting to see how that happens. And this story that I just got to earlier, the idea that, Haji terrorists are joining up with the caravan. I don't consider these people rats, so I don't like the story. Daily Stormers calling them rats. Yeah, I'm not into that. I'm not into Hitler's behavior. Unlike Trump, I didn't read Hitler's speeches when I went to bed at night. So I really don't like that characterization of immigrants as rats. Yeah, the killing is weird, Tase me, bro. Yeah, that's a strange choice of words. The killing is weird, Tase me, bro. But no, seriously, there's a weird vibe about it. I mean, I can't verify that photograph they just put out of a supposed person looking like him leaving the residence. That seems like it's pasted up, even if it's a video. I saw the live video of it. Even that seems a little weird. Elizabeth Warren's ex-husband founded the DNA testing company. Wow. So now Elizabeth Warren's claiming her ex-husband's got a beef to pick with her by giving her a low score. See, Elizabeth Warren should never have taken a DNA test. She was trying to commit fraud, and now that it's been obvious that she is committing fraud, if Trump doesn't prosecute her in the next 2 weeks, he's in on it. He's part of the deep state. They want to keep Elizabeth Warren in play. They want somebody weak they can beat in the Democratic election. Oh yeah, I wouldn't doubt that's why Trump isn't going to pursue this DNA thing. He just thought it was kind of fun to copy my idea. It was my idea to have a DNA test done for Elizabeth Warren. I was the one pitching this story for 5 years before Trump even mentioned it. Anyway, her ex-husband founded the DNA testing company. Wow. That's interesting. There's no reference to him being part of the testing, though. Warren received considerable criticism for the test, which found that her Native American heritage is so far back that she's less than half of what normal Indo-Europeans have in terms of Cherokee or any Native American. I have more Native American in me than her, perhaps, because I'm Indo-European with a connection to an Algonquin woman who was my great-great-great-great-great-grandmother, 8th generation away. And I can see there's a definite facial, Native American facial image that I believe I look a lot like this guy. You know, he seemed a little smaller, but you can see in the eyes and the face, the nose especially. This is a Native American Algonquin Indian. The Indians felt that taking their picture took their spirit. Very few Indians would allow their picture to be taken back in the 1800s. But his eyes are a little bit closer together than mine. Well, I have a Norwegian background, but you can see the very similar face. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Sorry. I was indulging my time there. Well, I hope Bob Barker gets better. I hope he's not gonna, get sicker. I mean, 94 is not easy. He's hanging on, poor guy. God love him. Of course, those women loved him too, didn't they? I guess he used his power kind of like Bill Clinton did with Monica Lewinsky. Did you hear Hillary was trying to say now that Bill didn't have any power that he wielded over Monica Lewinsky? Hillary's trying to say now that Bill he was just another adult, having relations in the White House. Yeah, I hope he gets better. He looks kind of like my dad. If my dad was alive, he'd probably be 94. He looks pretty good for 94, I gotta tell you. Have you seen people who are 94? No, you haven't. I could be anyone. I could morph into anyone, yeah. I have a very malleable face. Like, here's a picture with me and my wife. No, I can't morph into that guy's face, can I? Wow. Well, I've got a few Daves to check out here. Okay. I think I could look just like him, yeah. Hey, everybody. I just want to say that my wife and I were leasing our children out for years to the Obamas. And we're more than welcome to ask me any questions and have a DNA test on Sasha Malia, because I'd like to prove to you that that's true. Apart from Romgrot, I think Lefse is good. I wouldn't get too into Romgrot. No. I would say your Lefse is it's a type of a wheat and potato. It's very popular here in Ballard. There's a store in Ballard that sells it daily to all the Norwegians in an area of Seattle that people love. The thing you want to avoid is lutefisk. It's jellied fish. It's not very good. I don't know how my dad ate it. He said that even he cringed when he had to eat the lutefisk at the Norwegian dinners. My father grew up in a dual language home, but he only understood it. He didn't speak it in the house. His family gave up speaking Norwegian. His father spoke it, fluently. My grandfather. I was thinking about him the other day. He lived to be 83 on my father's side. That's right, fish and lie. Your dad was from Oslo, really, Eric? Well, my grandfather lived to be 83, and he never went to a doctor, ever, until the final days of his life, when they found out he had prostate cancer at 83. But he never went to a doctor. He never ever went to a dentist. Isn't that amazing? I don't know how you'd avoid going to a dentist. Well, he lost all his teeth. When I knew him, he was gummy. It's like, oh. But my grandfather, he said a very profound thing to me, and he said that my father too believed this was profound. No matter how stressed you are in life, time heals all. Now, those of you who are right on the edge of your sanity or wherever you're at emotionally, just think about that. Time heals all. And it's true. The things that you consider really, really tough and bad right now are going to be blops in your life that you'll just distant memories. Always remember that. Yes. Yeah. It does. I've always said Trump is deep state, and if he doesn't prosecute Warren over the DNA test results, then you'll know he's deep state. Exactly. Now, I know it's hard for you to understand this, but Trump and Elizabeth Warren are on the same side. The two parties work directly for the Zionist elitists in this country that run our government and our politics. The same Zionist elitists that fund the Russian oligarchs and maintain control over Russia. Yeah, that's what Hitler said. The bigger the lie, the more you believe it. Yep. The fact of the matter is, we have not seen Khashoggi's body. It has not been presented until we actually see or know in fact he's dead. I believe that we may have been contacted by him in the chat room, like what I just read you earlier. Well, if you won't know if he's deep state until he prosecutes Warren, why are you saying he's deep state? Like I said, Trump has talked about the DNA test. Now he says, oh, now she's clearly committing fraud. Well, if he has the ability, Jeff Sessions can prosecute Elizabeth Warren at the federal level for violating affirmative action clauses. If he doesn't do that right now, that means he's playing into the two-party system. That they're both deep state. They're both controlled. I was the one that brought up the rhetoric of the DNA test. He's the one that added Pocahontas to it. No, I've never visited Osborne Viking ship. My great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-grandfather was Leif Erikson. I know. I saw the video of Donald Trump saying lying Ted is now... Yeah, he loves Ted now. So that makes Trump out to be a liar. He acts like it was just all in the whole idea of running for president, you have to call people liars to win. That's basically what he said.
He's not lying Ted anymore. What is he? Beautiful Ted. Beautiful. Texas. I call him Texas Ted. Now Ted Cruz and I had a very, very nasty and tough campaign. It was a very competitive. It was a very tough campaign. Once it ended and we got together, and by the way, very late into the campaign we left. People were shocked. I said, don't worry, it's only a question of time.
Okay, I purposely kept the sound down so that people who are lip readers can actually understand what I said. Now, what I said was very damning, and I would normally not say it during the show, but I catered to the lip readers who are deaf in the show, who are reading our show. And I know there are a lot of lip readers out there, so congratulations. I know. I give the lip readers, the people that are deaf, a chance to know more about me than you, the people who are hearing my voice. Because what I just said there was pretty damning. But no, I think Ted Cruz is actually a stand-up guy. When Trump called his wife a whore, that was pretty low. You know, I don't know anybody who would call a person's wife a whore in order to beat him in an election. It shows you how dirty the tactics were that Trump used to win. No different than the dirt that Beto O'Rourke is using to run against Ted Cruz. So I stand behind Ted Cruz on this one. If you're going to look at the two senators, Ted Cruz is solid on gun rights. Beto O'Rourke is a gun control guy. Not a good thing for Texas. The worst thing, in fact. They want to disarm Texas. Nobody in Texas really wants that. So I stand with Trump on this one. I would go with Ted Cruz. Hey, anyway, we did get a couple of things that look interesting. We've got a sheet of ice in Antarctica that has been seen, photographed from aerial photographs, to be a perfect rectangle. And I argue that this is impossible. Thank you. Jackoff says, Dave, the one deaf person on earth is here is wondering where you stand on the border crisis. Well, the border crisis, in my opinion, is caused by the Republicans. I believe that the people funding Israel and Donald Trump created this crisis. When I found out that people were getting money to join this big caravan, probably 6,000 now, maybe up to 15,000 by the time they reach the border, once they get through Mexico. This is clearly a laser cut from a directed energy weapon, yeah. But this website is dealing with this weirdly geometric iceberg, is freaking us out. Well, let's be clear. Anyway, that's a bad, there it is. It's just hardly possible. So what I suspect this is just a directed energy weapon hitting it. Well, make no mistake about it. This is a directed energy weapon created by Lockheed Martin. Or somebody like that, who possibly had the ability to cut this perfect rectangle. Perfect. Absolutely. And if you want to look at a potential directed energy weapon, I have a picture of one. That's not real. Yeah, but it is. That's what I'm saying. They're literally using things to see how well the device works. Well, let's be clear. Chemtrails over waters makes me brain dead. Okay, and see how they can go in there with these. Now, this is an actual photograph of the device that ignited the fires in California. Yeah, pretty compelling. You know what I mean? You know what I mean, Bird? You know what I mean? I've been calling them deep state with proof. Like I said, everything that Trump does is more than enough proof that he's deep state. You're having a difficult time understanding human thought. I believe that you may be suffering from some sort of disease. I'm talking to Melko. We've been harassed by this guy for months, years now. 6 years you've been harassing us. And he doesn't understand my statements. He struggles with simple thoughts. I'm not trying to belittle you. I just feel sorry for you. But yeah, he's deep state. If he doesn't prosecute Elizabeth Warren, means he's protecting her. And believe me, the two-party system is totally deep state. It's completely controlled by the deep state. That's why I have to laugh that people think that they're not controlled by the deep state, when all the money is circulating among the two-party system. Poor Melko, you're so retarded. It's like you've got a logical missing link. Your ability to communicate, to actually think on a metacognitive level is impaired. There's something wrong with you. I mean it. You just don't get it. No, they don't control people like us. Yeah. I'm telling you, if you can avoid the fluoridated water and you avoid breathing a lot of the air that they're dumping on you, yeah, you'll be fine. I don't spend that much time outside. I breathe mostly filtered air wherever I go. I don't know if that makes sense, but it might to you. Melko has a problem believing that Republicans and Democrats are part of the same deal. Yeah. The two parties are one party. Thank you. I don't know. Beto O'Rourke looks to me like a guy manipulating and on the take. He does. I know that his behavior of calling Ted Cruz a liar without backing it up and just saying, well, Trump said this, that's just a low blow. I mean, repeating what Trump did. Trump cheated his way to the White House with Russia's help. And his tactics of communication were so completely off map. The only guy who could have beaten Trump in the 2016 election would have been me. Because I can talk with the best of them. I learned how to argue with people like Trump. I learned it's kind of a Brooklyn style of communication, I call it. Beto. Yeah. I don't really care how you pronounce his name. I just think he's weak. I can call him Butthole for all I care. I just think he's weak. I don't see strong person. I don't see a man who's going to stand up for your rights to bear arms. He's going to cave and push for gun control in Texas. I mean, that's the kind of senator that would destroy Texas and everything that it stands for. Now, I'm not from Texas. You want me to talk like with a New York accent? Are you sure you don't want a New Jersey accent? But no, I could talk like the best of them. I'm walking here, you know? My mother was from New York. Yeah, my grandmother was a pretty amazing woman. I have never talked to about my grandmother on the show, except for a couple times. The Dow futures are down 23 points, Standard & Poor's. Yeah, I know. Let's take a look at the Dow Jones. My grandmother was a whiz on this in the stock market. And she was also an amazing woman who was renowned throughout all of New York, and actually had quite an amazing series of events happen in her life that I'm putting in my book. But I can tell you she was the number one billiard player in the world in 1922. And I mean men and women. She beat them all. She's a phenomenal billiard player. And I too am a really good billiard player, but I don't, practice as much as she did. She was phenomenal. Nobody could even imagine how good she was. My father took up a pool cue with my grandmother, and he got a chance to shoot one shot, and then the rest of the night she took the cue. She never missed a shot. They were there like 2-3 hours playing pool. Okay, the Dow Jones is down 126 points. That's just one of the things that my grandmother, she was one of the first people in the country to have a ticker tape machine in her living room. It's the equivalent of having a T1 trunk line to Wall Street. It was amazing. She was the first person to get in on trade. She was like a trader, like a day trader back in the day. You play, really? I had a chance to really get to know my grandmother, and probably more so than most in my family. So I really respected what she did in life. She was a superstar. She really had an amazing personality and a kind of a way about her. I don't know what to say. Okay, Granny likes playing with balls. Cool. Okay, Pizdet, I'm going to remove you from the show because I don't think you're really that relevant to our show. Yeah, I don't think certain people just don't qualify to be in here. What proof do I have that Donald Trump is deep state? No, I have a lot of proof. I've talked about his connection to a man named Henry Kissinger. I mean, it's not a stretch for me to talk about him meeting Henry Kissinger in open public, telling the world what he was doing. When the situation happened with Syria, he was right there with Kissinger. And this was a day after he fired James Comey, who obviously was working for the Russians.
Everybody knows Dr. Kissinger, and we're right now talking about Russia and various other matters. We're talking about Syria, and I think that we're going to do very well with respect to Syria. I think.
Okay, this is an example, a meeting with Henry Kissinger, who's the virtual poster child for the New World Order. It's really a New World Order. His whole approach to Kissinger's legacy is to be the interim, the pivotal person to handle any negotiations between the Rothschilds and any of the governments at large. And he was one of the key players, the Council on Foreign Relations. I started studying politics when I was alerted to this man, when I was reading his statements in the Foreign Policy Review. I was 16, 15. 1975 to 77, I was reading every issue. And I enjoyed getting information about how he had promoted low-intensity conflict. And he's the architect of the preemptive strike and preemptive war. He simply believes that we should have conventional wars going on in some way to mitigate a bigger war or a bigger conflict. And I don't think that's the case at all. In fact, That's completely ridiculous. The very idea that war is good is absurd. I did it my way. Well, we will prosecute him. Yeah, I know. People talk with many accents. We know that. Yeah, but it doesn't matter. Because if I talk like this, or I talk like a black man, or I talk like a country guy, or I talk like from California, I can say anything I want. It doesn't matter as long as you hear it. I can say it any way I want. So you can hear it any way I deliver it. What language would you like me to speak in? All right. Yes, Kissinger has a wonderful daughter. I was quite amazed that, they're close. She's Elizabeth, and she has been seen with Henry. I don't know what her politics is. I really don't. Now, Zbigniew Brzezinski, the other architect of the New World Order, he had 3 children, 1 daughter and 2 boys, I believe, and they're very, very big in the two-party system. So when I talk about deep state, I'm really talking about these people that Trump is very close to. There she is, Elizabeth. Yeah. So I'm not trying to in any way make you think that I would ever participate in their plan of low-intensity conflict, because I believe that's a Zionist plan that has led us to be simply the protectorate of Israel. And that's what I'm referring to as the deep state. They've pushed our country into the Iraq and Afghanistan war for no reason. I mean, these are the people that are going to use directed energy weapons on our planet to create whatever they want. If they want to make a rectangular glacier, they'll do it. And if you don't start understanding that there's a lot of supportive evidence to suggest that these people want global world control, I have only to bring you this little piece of the gem. Barack Obama, recently at the Bilderberg Convention. Well, let's be clear. He said the U.S. must surrender to the New World Order. Former president says progress can only come when individuals surrender their rights. All right, I think you're done here. Yeah, we gave you enough time to answer your question, but Melko, you can create another one of your 600 names to come in here because you're so mentally ill. Yeah, the good thing for you is you keep harassing us. The bad thing for me is you keep harassing us. He doesn't understand what the deep state is. Many people don't realize the two parties are completely owned. That Barack Obama was promoted to a power position. The man's a complete fraud. He really was born in Mombasa, Kenya. We have more than enough proof to verify this. And the case was suppressed by Elena Kagan, who simply won payback to become a Supreme Court judge. The Elena Kagan appointment was no different than what just happened with Brett Kavanaugh. Same thing. It's payback. It's dirty judges doing what they're told. Obama's gay, yeah. And like I said earlier in the show, they didn't have any real kids themselves. They borrowed their kids from these two people. They're close friends. It doesn't take a lot to realize what I'm saying. I try to lay it out for everybody to see and make sense of it. There is cover-ups that need to be investigated. I'd like to see Donald Trump's IQ test.
Is Donald Trump an intellectual? Trust me, I'm like a smart person. I went to the best colleges, or college. I went to Wharton. I had a situation where I was a very excellent student. I'm a person that very strongly believes in academics. I was a nice student.
I have a very good brain, and I've said a lot of things.
I understand things. I comprehend very well.
So glad he comprehends so well. He is senile, yeah. And we're going to take you down, buddy. Yeah. Wharton typically you could make a large donation to Wharton and they'll give you a great degree. No question about it. Oh yeah. If you trace back all their graduates and find out how many donors there were and check their great GPAs. I'm sure that's true with a lot of different schools too. I honestly don't believe Trump knew how to read properly when he first entered the White House, and I think he's taking remedial reading courses right now. Yeah, Howie's been doing okay. Yeah, other than a few misstatements. We understand he claims he's not Lot Lizard, but it would be a very complicated effort by Lot Lizard to pretend to be Howie did it, if he indeed is doing that. We ran him through the ringer and he came out, so. Trump is losing it. I mean, when he starts talking about a 10% tax, that's what I've been talking about on our show, the 10% flat tax. And now he says that Paul Ryan's working on it. Paul Ryan doesn't know what he's talking about. And Trump's out there saying he's working on a new tax plan before the midterm elections. It's just, everything looks fake. Even this caravan looks like real people who've been paid off to come up to bother our border just to make a big border issue right around the election time. Mark my words, that border issue will be a big issue come November 4th. And we'll be covering it because I'll be doing a 12-hour show and I'm doing a mini marathon, half marathon. Yeah, Tuesday, November 4th. I think Trump learned how to spell the word filet o fish, and he thought it was French, and he thought he was learning a foreign language, so he essentially, got real happy when he did it. And that's the first word he learned, filet o fish. So he eats filet o fish. That's the only thing he can really order on the menu. I think you should ban someone, really? Who should I ban? Filet is a French word. That's why I said that Mr. Trump spit with the filet of fish. It's something he learned French. He's very, very nice. Many people like to speak a little bit of French. Like, voulez-vous coucher avec moi ce soir? Oh, I've got other news to read. Sorry. Hey, here's a great story for all of you who are breathing the air. Now, this may not qualify. You may not qualify if you're not breathing the air. Some of you are not breathing the air. I understand that. That's a smart thing to avoid breathing the air. But if you are breathing the air, living in smog-filled cities raises mouth cancer risk by 40% for men. Yep. Scientists looked at a PM 2.5 air pollution exposure in Taiwan and the health records of more than 482,000 men aged 40 or older. The PM 2.5 are tiny particles that come from various sources, including power plants, exhaust systems, airplanes, forest fires, and dust storms. And men who live in those areas with high levels have a 43% higher risk of developing mouth cancer. Wow. So don't try to breathe the air if you can avoid going outside. Yes. Well, that's a good question. Why would I don't think that the Democrats would impeach him. If you've been watching our shows, you'd understand that I'm beginning to wonder if the Democrats have enough balls to impeach him. So it makes me think that they too are falling into the deep state as well. I think you have to look at this like a math equation. You're dealing with an imaginary number. It's called the deep state. And in analyzing the imaginary number, like with calculus, we use the imaginary number to conclude things that we don't know. Like if you went from a certain point A to point B and went in a certain time period, that distance, we could calculate that you reached a certain speed based on calculus and the imaginary number. It's one of the tools that calculus uses. Now, being that's the case and you don't have metacognitive abilities to understand calculus, you wouldn't understand what I'm saying. And none of the words that I just said made any sense to you at all. Even to calculate the tangent, a line's tangent, and extrapolate that over a curve requires the imaginary number. Okay, that being said, the deep state is an imaginary number that if you realize it exists somewhere, like the underbelly of corruption. Oh, the real Steven Seagal. Hey, there you are. Yeah, we know it. He thinks he's the real Steven Seagal. We know that. Then you would understand that this is a case of, okay, how could we see this secret deep state? How do we see it? Where is it showing itself? Well, we've got a totally corrupt two-party system that seems to recycle itself. They won't in any way vote for term limits. They won't in any way try to get average people a basic income. Now some people are copying me on the basic income all over the place. I'm the originator of it. It took me 30 years to realize there's something wrong. My father and I started developing the idea of a third party back in 1975, I believe. By 76, we were convinced we needed a third party. Well, you're an idiot. I don't think you understand. Back then, the need for a third party preceded the realization that the Zionists are controlling our world through the deep state. Back then, we just all had a sense that we needed a third party to help the American people, because the two-party wasn't representing, that paradigm wasn't representing us. So in 1975, 76, my father and I got excited about a certain third-party candidate named Fred Harris, who was a Native American who was running as a populist. And we were very impressed with that. We also began discussing the need for a third party, and my father and I spent at least 10 years discussing the need for it right before he died. We really pushed it. So this idea was born ahead of the problems that we always called them the elites. We didn't realize that, we've just renamed it the deep state now. But they've been buying our political system for at least, ever since FDR. In the 1920s, there was a socialist named Eugene Debs that attracted a lot of attention and really was a workers' socialist president. He almost beat FDR in terms of popularity at certain points, and FDR knew that he came into the scene as a progressive and knew that he had to actually adopt some of his ideas. So that's when the Democrats became more progressive and the New Deal was formed, and FDR created the New Deal. We didn't realize at the time that Franklin Delano Roosevelt was part of a family of people that worked for the Rothschilds. And to have a series of families since then who worked for the Rothschilds, J.P. Morgan, prior to that worked for the Rothschilds and still does. So they've been using front groups like the Rockefellers and the Roosevelts as their front man to maintain their control over our country. And they've controlled the purse strings of our nation. The Federal Reserve is a private corporation. It's not part of our government. We can thank Ron Paul for that. And the Fed. I'm the only party that takes a stance against Zionism. It's true. And I was sold on the idea that the Zionists were the New World Order puppets. I was a little bit concerned when I first started this as to how Russia played into this. But then I realized the Soviet Union was toppled by our actions. George H.W. Bush, a new world order, 1,000 points of light. He actually took out a loan, a huge loan, a bond issue of $240 billion on September 11th, 1991, to finance a takeover of the Soviet Union. Our country was used to break up the Soviet Union. We essentially dropped them. And when Ronald Reagan said, "Mr. Gorbachev, tear down this wall," that was a moment in time when all of that was happened when there was a huge infusion of capital into our government. We were never paid that capital back. When 9/11 happened, ironically 10 years to the date when that bond issue was due, September 11, 2001, George H.W. Bush reneged on that loan, and the office that was investigating it was the one targeted at the Pentagon. That's a fact. Office of Naval Intelligence were doing research into this bond issue. They'd been avoiding making the payments. So there's a lot of things we don't understand about how they're using our country, but they've been using the underbelly of our country, and they control the two parties to manipulate all of our politics. Yeah, George Copperfield Bush, his new nickname. I would love to save you, but you have to help me help you. I can't save you without the exposure that I'm going to need. And it's way beyond money at this point. There was a time when, we thought maybe we could just see donations go right into commercials. Nobody would jump on board. No one would participate. There's no donation stream except for a small one coming in. And we publish that every single quarter with the FEC for 10 years now. And thank you for sending $5. But you're paying for our VPN so we can broadcast on Skype. I actually have a $10 VPN that I run so I can do a show that I pull out of that account. We have our camera. We bought with $120, I believe, for the camera we've been using, the high definition camera. I mean, just a couple things. I have an audio recorder, a portable one for making remote recordings that are really high quality, and I can run them into our show. But we haven't used much at all of the money. Our servers, we pay about probably $160 a year for server space now. Very affordable. Everything's very scaled down, and we use only free venues, and this has been very effective. Even though they censor us, we're still reaching out on free venues across the globe, and it's helping. I don't think money's in the works here. People are hurting for capital. We would not have seen this terrible dip in our donations. Ever since we moved to Vaughn, our donations went to nothing, hardly. I mean, just a small amount. Thank you guys for donating. But it's simply a reality that we are being censored on that network. And it's not something I even need to be verified. I know for a fact that our donation levels dropped as soon as we came over here. We brought millions of people into the show. Many of you have had capacity server screens when you click on the show and you can't get in. It's partly what Mark is doing. He used to say that he was selling VIP accounts. That's a total lie, in my opinion. He doesn't have enough VIP accounts to really justify saying that. So there's got to be another reason he does that, and it's part of his plan to knock people out of our show, and it happens all the time. So the viewership is great on UHF and other networks, but it's not in any way giving you the interactivity you might need to get into our show. And a lot of people are hesitant to go into iVlog. And you can get to all of our networking sites at America's Third Party if you go to our website. You can click on one of our links, and we've got a new link here called Video Casting Sites. And it'll show you our video casting sites available. We've got the first one, which is now on Cool Rock, Tiki Live, which has no moderators. iVlog, which has moderators. Vaughn, which has only me as a moderator, or Sarah. And then we have a bunch of our stuff has been copied by Robin and put on Spotify and Spreaker. So, oh, sorry, you can't see that. Anyway, that's where you go to find our show. Hey. Hang on, I want to bring that up again. Okay. This was amazing. We saw a video from Jackson. Yeah, he brought us his chemtrail video. It's just unbelievable. Check this out. I'll play it again.
Hey David, how you doing? Man, it's been a while. Brewers finally got eliminated. I just wanted to give you a chemtrail update today. They're really hitting us hard here.
Isn't that unreal?
They've been doing the cross patterns today. But it was crystal clear about 2 hours ago when I got to work. This is where they're working on it right now. This is all the way towards Chicago. See the haze they sprayed on us? All the way down. That was all clear earlier when I got to work. Now, they're right over my work spraying. And he's way down. No, there he is right there. So I can zoom.
Wow.
I don't know if it's picking it up. But you can see the spraying. And they've been laying off lately. But that's all the way towards Madison. So they're working their way from the south, Chicago. And it's just a freaking haze all the way up to where I work. Right above where I work is where it splits off. And they're continuing to spray down here now. You can see these are going to blow up. I'll come out in a little while. And I will show you that it's all hazy, pretty much like it is down there now. All right, have a good one. Happy Monday. Have a good show, David. Good to talk to you.
All right, yep, that was Jackson checking in. Special counsel examines conflicting accounts as scrutiny of Roger Stone and WikiLeaks deepens. I've been saying all along that the Democrats and Deborah Wasserman Schultz and the Awan brothers need to be investigated. And it looks to me like the Awan brothers had a modus operandi to kill Seth Rich. If that happened, and this whole story about WikiLeaks diverts from Roger Stone to other areas, that'd be great, but it's still kind of, now they're pinning it on Roger Stone as a fall guy instead of looking up Debbie Wasserman Schultz. Another example about the deep state working together. Yeah, the Democrats still have a lot of power in the media, and Media Matters still exists, and the Podestas still pull a lot of weight. Pizzagate and the Comet Pizza scandal didn't really affect Podesta. So any number of things are going on right now to suppress any investigations into the DNC. Gross misconduct was committed by, in my opinion, by Stephen Wasserman, the prosecutor and also defending attorney for the Awan brothers. Very suspicious. They cut a plea agreement and we never heard their story again. That conspiracy theory is still playing out right now. So let's look at this article and see what they're saying about this. I was talking about something separate, but let's see what Roger Stone's saying. In recent weeks, a grand jury in Washington has listened to more than a dozen hours of testimony, and FBI technicians have poured over gigabytes of electronic messages as part of the special counsel's quest to solve one burning mystery. Did longtime Trump advisor Roger Stone or any other associate of the president have advanced knowledge of WikiLeaks' plans to release hacked Democratic emails in 2016? While outwardly quiet for the last month, Mueller investigators have been aggressively pursuing leads behind the scenes about whether Stone was in communication with the online group, whose disclosures of emails believed to have been hacked by Russian operatives disrupted the 2016 presidential campaign, according to people familiar with the special counsel probe. I think these guys are running it in the wrong direction. I don't think that the Russians had anything to do with the WikiLeaks emails. I believe that story was fabricated by Donald Trump Jr. at the direction of his father, who committed obstruction of justice. When Donald Trump Jr. was first interviewed, he said that he was going to meet the Russian lawyer at the Trump Towers over adoption issues, Russian adoption issues. That story morphed into he was looking to find dirt on the emails, which never were transferred from the Russian lawyer. The Russian lawyer originally said that her primary goal was to end sanctions with Russia. So there's a fact here that is being overlooked. Running a separate investigation into Roger Stone is like, in my opinion, kind of a waste of time, because I think the real WikiLeaks dump came from Seth Rich. He had all the earmarks of having access to the WikiLeaks. The digital code, the arithmetic code on the upload itself of all those 30,000 emails was done on a flip drive. Yeah, a jump drive. It was not done through email. It was originally recorded through a jump drive. They know that for a fact. The only person close enough to the email list the Awan brothers had was Seth Rich. Now, Seth Rich's parents outwardly said they don't want to find the killer of their son. That's suspicious. I don't know many people who don't want to know who killed their child. That's a very big red flag right there. You've seen those trails explained by both sides, don't believe either. Well, Freebird, eventually you're going to have to come to grips with the reality that you're being sprayed on like an insect. And they have technologies that can fry cars and houses. It's gonna be a hard road for you to realize that climate control and weather warfare are at play here. It's going to be difficult. Waking up is hard to do. Waking up is hard to do. The truth hurts. Nobody wants to be thinking that they've been sprayed on. Really. Or that chemicals are being dumped. This is an actual photograph off Point Reyes of a daily chemtrail spray just to evaporate the weather in California. They're dumping barium, which causes the immediate evaporation and creates a certain layer of fumes, if you will, that prevent lift. Here's an example of a house that burned right in the middle of the forest. I mean, what explains that? A smart meter might have blown up, possibly, or maybe a directed energy weapon. But here is the directed energy weapons that Lockheed Martin have. They're mounted on the back of planes. They can burn holes in anything. They can make a rectangular piece of glacier. Yeah. I don't think that Seth was in South Park. No. That's a different Seth. But many of you don't even care because, you don't really believe you have any power. Most of us have been dumbed down to the point where we're just trying to get through life while the drones watch us. Yeah, so I don't expect a lot out of a lot of people at this point because they're literally dumping us. They're dumping on us. They're making us dumb. It's kind of a sad reality. Zetterbeard has his site constructed with a control panel. That's pretty cool. There you go, man. Things are going haywire. That's a pretty good background. Yeah. So a lot of us are trying to figure this out. That's really techno. That's kind of cool. I like that. Some people have realized, that radio frequencies are affecting the planet. Many people don't know that cell phones are dangerous to hold up next to your head. And our government refuses to do a public service announcement. I mean, you'd think that with the director of World Health Organization saying cell phones contribute to brain cancer, our government would put together a big blitz on the news, the media, saying, folks, do not use your cell phone next to your head. Use the speakerphone. It's okay to use it and don't hold it next to your body when it's on. But now we're finding out that it does alter DNA, radio frequencies. And you're not getting any information from the government about that. They're keeping us all in the dark. They don't want anyone to know the importance of avoiding these things. Because basically, all conspiracy theories lead to one simple fact. They want to downsize the planet. They want to depopulate the planet. And that's the hard reality. Whenever you go down a rabbit hole, and a conspiracy rabbit hole, you end up with this reality that they want to get rid of people. They want to get in control. 95% of the population should be dead. That's what they say. And many of us are kind of like, why would they ever do bad things to us? I don't even want them to be nice to us. Yeah, well, that's not exactly what they think. They don't give a shit about people. Sorry to use the S word there, but it's really true. They don't really care about us, like Michael Jackson said.
We've got to stabilize the population. When I was born, there were
so what's wrong with the population? I mean,
with too many people. That's why we have global warming. We have global warming because too many people are using too much stuff. But if there were less people, they'd be using less stuff. We're altering the climate and the world in so many different ways. And what we're doing is reducing the Earth's carrying capacity so that each year the natural world gets poorer and less able to support the increasing number of people. We have a finite world, but an infinite ability to increase our population. We've got to stabilize population. On a voluntary basis, everybody in the world has got to pledge to themselves that 1 or 2 children is it.
And he had 5. Ted Turner, the founder of the Turner Broadcasting Network and CNN. Yeah, so he had 5 kids, and he didn't even follow his own recommendations. The whole idea of limits to growth is being basically taught as a specific theory that is the presiding theory, not a competitive theory. When I first started college in 1978, they started introducing a thing called limits to growth. And they're still talking to young students in college about it. It convinces everyone that the world is too populated. When you can take a drive across the country and realize that there's so much land out there that we as humans could easily handle 10 billion population. I mean, in America, we only have 326 million. But in China and India, they have 1.3 and 1.4 respectively. Or 1.4 and 1.3 respectively. India's catching up to China. But the simple fact is it comes down to distribution of resources, food, water, and housing. It's coming down to that, and there's ample room for growth. And there are some people that predicted back when I went to school that our world could easily handle 15 billion people, properly managed. And people have come forth and talked about the beauty of that plan, but the government doesn't want to get on board that idea, and neither do the people that run the world. They don't want people sharing the same earth because they believe that you're useless eaters, that you're just a bunch of cattle or sheep grazing in a field. They see you as that. The rich people do. There's no way that they're going to care about protecting the earth. They want to rapidly destroy it and kill off as many people as possible through the destruction of the environment. That's why there's very little work by the FDA or the EPA to clean up our environment. And that's why they're so adamantly against legalization of marijuana, when in fact it's really a good thing. It's remedial. It's benefiting the world. It would be great for our environment. It would easily help sustain our economy more. And a lot of people like it. Grandmas are enjoying it in nursing homes. They're liking cannabis. So these people who run the world, they never wanted anyone to do cannabis because it helps people. It makes you feel better. Grandma knows how to hit a blunt pretty hard there, yeah. The lack of sunlight could change you. I'm sure it could, but you can get artificial sunlight. I've got a lamp right over here that has LED lights. I bought this on eBay for 20 bucks. It's ridiculous. Check this out. It produces a full spectrum of light equivalent to sunshine. Yeah. It only consumes 14 watts of energy. I could run this on a solar panel, no problem. It's a grow light, yeah. I don't have anything I'm growing with a need of. I can't grow marijuana in my state unless I'm licensed and permitted. So it's not like California. But I just keep it around for survival. But you can buy these online and have it ready to go with a solar panel on the side, and you got a portable source of sunlight. It's very simple. No, you're mentally retarded, Milko. You have some serious blockages. I'm so sorry for you. Your mind is not able to do metacognitive thinking. Large ideas are hard for you to understand. I don't need to grow my hair with it. My hair is doing great. Yeah, I bought the avocado shampoo people were telling me about, and it's fantastic. I love it. But see how simple it is to replace sunlight? I mean, you could grow this underground if you had a need. You'd have multiple ones, and you'd have hardly any energy going out. 14 watts. It was 20 bucks on eBay. Delivered. Yeah, I was referred to this one. It was the best deal out there. I got 2 for $7. It's called a Whole Blends Avocado Oil and Shea. They sell it at Walmart, Walgreens, and various other outlets. This is the one I got. I got 2 of those for $7. I had to buy 2 for 1 at Walgreens. But man, it really foams up. I really like it. And then I use a little conditioner on top of it. So, yeah, I'm blown away, actually. Yeah, $7 for 2. Pathetic. I know. What really is interesting is that China is slowing down. Their population control worked, but it left a lot of men who have to, have no wife. There's so many men in China that they have 600 million people they've overplanned the men, less women to carry babies. So they've managed to slow down their population growth. Now India is on the way to beating China in terms of size. It's growing at a faster rate. So we're going to have to learn to become more sustainable. But these rich people who are constantly greedy and want to make money on the government and on the environment and any resource they can deplete, they're the problem. These rich people that profited from the earth, like Ted Turner, he inherited a billboard advertising company, and he's been profiting from resources, businesses that obviously produce things that cost resources. Either way, they're all part of it, and they continue to make big money on the backs of this environment. Every day that we allow pollution to enter our dumpsters, and we've got a serious waste problem right now, Trump is not really addressing. He just signed a bill recently to save our oceans, but it doesn't have any teeth to it. It's a joke. So what we need is some actual solutions for recyclable waste. China is now cutting off its connection to our recyclables. They're saying no to our shipped number 1 and number 2 peat. So a lot of these ships are dumping plastic right in the ocean. And it's landing on the shores of Manila Bay and Dominican Republic. This story went viral a couple weeks ago. We had videos of the Manila Bay shores. This is just an absolute disaster. You don't hear Duterte talking about this. And Trump isn't discussing the plastic waste crisis we're in. Okay, I'll wait for that to queue up.
The trash-covered beaches of Manila Bay, the city beyond. And amongst all the trash, with egrets and waders and birds picking out insects, but plastic straws, plastic spoons, plastic forks, plastic packaging.
Everything plastic. Yeah, really bad. That's just part of it. I mean, we've got Dominican Republic. There's plastic washing up on the shores on the other side of the globe. It's a disaster unfolding for all of humanity, and the rich people, they don't give a crap about it. Hey, Scissor Fight. Welcome. Okay, here's a story he just brought in, and another one you brought in. Thank you. All right. Still loading there. Okay. 153 News as a video. Parkland show.
Okay, so there's a few things I want to go over, but
Parkland hoax show visits Vermont. Interesting. Yeah, false flags are definitely a discussion on Conspiracy Monday. The idea of false flags, the Parkland shooting may not have been real. There were very few videos that revealed anything. The alleged shooter, Nicholas Cruz, seems like a retarded boy who was reading off a script. It's like they put him up to it. And let's see, Health Nut News. Right, developer of GMO potatoes renounced own work, warns against consuming GMO potatoes. Look at this. Erin Elizabeth of Health Nut News talks about this. Dr. Klaus Raumans developed GMO potatoes but subsequently renounced his work. He explains why we should be wary of the products he created. The GMO potatoes for the Idaho-based ag biotech company Simplot, the chief GMO producer, is introduced with silence the potato melanin gene. The gene, when operative, causes potatoes to discolor when bruised. The GMO potatoes do not discolor when bruised. They have therefore been marketed as bruise resistant and are being sold without GMO labels in the US and Canada under innocuous sounding names like Innate, Hibernate, and White Russet. After finding that most GMO varieties were stunted, chlorotic, mutated, or sterile, and many of them died quickly like premature-born babies, Dr. Ramans renounced his genetic engineering career and wrote a book about his experience, Pandora's Potatoes, the Worst GMOs. Wow, good to know. Okay, white russets, beware. So DRK2T says he picks up plastic bottles and trash when he walks his dog. Yeah, you're a good guy to do that. If you eat fish, you're getting microplastic along with the fish. True. True, but sometimes you got to eat something, right? Very interesting. So all these stories about cleanliness of the environment and the future of the earth are all in some ways related to our concern about a third party. It all fuses together. Same with legalization of marijuana. The benefits of cannabis are world-renowned now. The cannabis or the CBD oil, and in combination with THC too, believe it or not, has beneficial effects on brain tumors. They essentially surround the tumor cell and starve it out. And they're showing significant benefits. So here's another story about killing your pets.
There are thousands of pets dying out there every day. When we sat at this table, 5, 6 pets died in the United States from a rabies vaccine they didn't need. Anybody can walk in here, sit down, and say whatever they want. But I gave you science.
Wow. A 5-pound cat will get the same as a 100-pound dog.
I said to the state board, if I had to kill an animal to obey that law, would I have to do it? They said yes.
Wow. So he's making it available. I got a couple things. I'm good. I'll take one though. Thanks. No, I don't want the box. It's stigmatizing. I do like these soft plushy things. Anyway, I'm talking about vaccinating dogs and cats. I didn't realize that the same vaccine load that goes into a dog goes into a cat. Wow, our poor cat barely survived that, honey. Wow, we gave our cat 1 battery of vaccines. Wow, good to know. We'll play that later tonight. Thanks, Scissor Fight. Along with the Parkland Hoax Show. Coming from a vet, yeah, telling you how dangerous it is. Vets really are not all that knowledgeable. We had a stray cat we found 15 years ago that turned out to be the best cat ever. I love her to death. She's wonderful. 15 years old and she's still hanging in there. We found her, she was dying. And I brought her to the vet in my area. They said, oh yeah, your cat has chlamydia. Well, it was only 6 weeks old. And she turned to me and she said, the vet said, yeah, your cat's going to die pretty soon. Well, why? Can't you cure it? No, nothing will fix it. And I was like, what? I mean, the cat was bleeding out of its eye and nose. I mean, it's amazing she survived. I mean, it's phenomenal that we saved this cat. I looked it up and I found out that chlamydia actually can be cured with a 15-day run of vaccines. Or not vaccines, antibiotics, sorry. A 15-day run of antibiotics. And she said, no, that's just BS. I said, no, it's on the internet. When did you graduate? She said, oh, 1975 from Davis. Well, since then, I have an article from 79 after you graduated that says that chlamydia is a bacteria that can be beaten with a strong dose of antibiotics. She still said I didn't know what I was saying, but the cat lived. I saved it with Bird Biotic. I couldn't get her to give me enough antibiotics, so I just contacted, I went online and went to a pet supplier and got Bird Biotic and put it in the cat's food, and it's still alive. Yeah, believe it or not, you're going to get more health information from going to the Mayo Clinic's online resource than your doctor. For real. Doctors will not stay abreast of current knowledge. They get their MDs and they sit there like toads, collect their revenue. And doctors don't cure people, they just practice on you. They're practicing on you, they're charging you a heck of a lot of money to practice on you. There's a huge conspiracy theory that the cancer industry is already found cures, but they're not delivering those cures because they want to make money on chemotherapy and radiation therapy. Chihuahuas get the same dose as a Great Dane. That's just phenomenal. I find that so disturbing. I really do. I believe it. I know that these people seem to be out to lunch. When you go in their office, they're like, dum-de-dum-dum. Oh, wow. Dum-de-dum-dum. When we stopped the herd inoculation process with a third party, and we realized that forced vaccinations are causing childhood autism, when we get to that point where we realize the FDA and the EPA are not doing their job, and we actually reform them and get people in there that work, if that day happens, or I should say when it happens, because I believe it will happen, we will finally stop these people from polluting the earth and stop what they're doing to this beautiful planet.
Okay, so...
Okay. Schools and NASA teach kids chemtrails are natural. Whoa. And truth sites are deleted. My horrific sky. Wow. That looks good. Let's get a sample of that.
I thought I'd go to the library because I saw a YouTube video the other week. Someone was looking at trying to find books on clouds and stuff to see what sort of information they're propagating, the lies basically.
Yeah, that'll be interesting. Thank you. I'll add that to chemtrails and tonight's list of videos. Cool. Right on. I wouldn't get the flu vaccine because it's only good for a couple of flus. I mean, you're better off just getting a cold and building your immune system that way. I just had a cold. And I'll tell you what I did last night. I had a 3-day cold. And it started with just a chest kind of weirdness, a little cough. No sore throat. Strangely enough, the colds don't have sore throats anymore. Back in the 60s, everyone got sore throats before we got a cold. So all the viruses have mutated. We've seen mutations. In fact, they've been able to synthetically engineer protein synthesis has been going on since 1997 with viruses. The CDC is working more toward altering viruses than helping. And all these vaccines that they have thimerosal in them, mercury, even found Roundup, the product in Roundup called glyphosate, in the vaccines. Mercola.com found Roundup in the actual vaccine itself. So they're willing to shoot Roundup into your body, the kind of stuff you put in the lawn that's causing irreparable problems. In fact, they say that 93% of humanity in America is pissing Roundup, urinating Roundup. 93% of us. And 99% in the European Union. They've tested a few people at Parliament, and they were surprised to find 99% had glyphosate in their urine. Oh, they're killing off the population. I'm going to ask you to leave. Yeah, we don't need you here. Thanks. You know, you have enough time to figure out what I'm saying and understand it. And if you don't get it by the end of the show, you're not a person who would fit for our party. You should just bury your head in the sand and try to get like a straw to breathe out of. Because you're basically, your head is in the sand like an ostrich. Most Republicans, Democrats are virtual Trump-tards and libtards. Some of the Tea Party people were clued into Ron Paul, and they were starting to figure it out. But many of them are being herded into the QAnon group. The crock of crap that the CIA came up with to, in my opinion, they're making up the story to make everyone think that Donald Trump is somehow stopping the deep state, which he's not doing. He's part of the deep state. They own him. The sex tapes are real. The money he owes the oligarchs is real. In fact, his love of Israel is real.
Okay, today is October 22nd, 2018, and this is a look at the National Hurricane Center map. We're looking at Hurricane Willa, which just moments ago was downgraded from a Category 5 storm with 160 mile per hour winds to a Category 4.
Wow.
With 155 mile per hour winds.
Wow.
Storm has a central pressure of 929 millibars, we can see here.
That is going to be a life ender. That's a powerful storm to just come out of nowhere. This very likely could be weather warfare. Absolutely. Absolutely. Weather warfare. Dun, 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 dun. Weather warfare is one word you can describe it, or you can call it climate change, climate control, weather modification. Many words to describe it. Here's the weed whacking herbicide from Scientific American. Check this out. This is really good. Now, Respected Magazine does a study, but we're still seeing it in our stores across the nation. No effort by the Food and Drug Administration or the EPA or anyone to limit this. It's used in farms, parks, and gardens, and it's known to be deadly to human cells. Yep, glyphosate is deadly to human cells. They say that it's affecting the ability of bees to replicate. It makes them so disoriented they don't know how to eat. They forget how to eat and how to pollinate. So they've allowed a product which is a deadly chemical to be just dumped everywhere. Millions and millions of gallons of this stuff all over the planet. Dow Chemical had nowhere to go right after World War II, so they ended up taking all the chemical warfare equipment and mechanisms and chemicals and merged them into a dangerous pollution, which is now circulating the earth. We never downsized our chemical warfare industry. We never shut it down. When we ended World War II, we kept it going, and it advanced to create Agent Orange and other things. They just kept making more chemicals, and then they needed to use that formula to create things to put on the earth to make money. It's like self-replicating toxicity. But these are the kind of people that are willing to force their issues with the two parties. That's why they never talk about it. They never talk about dangerous chemicals, genetically modified food, the possibility that fluoride is in all our water systems for no reason other than to dumb us down. They never talk about anything. Okay, HRC videotapes, mirrored, really. Okay, this is 13 minutes of some pretty intense stuff. You're going to be talking about Pizzagate a little bit here. All kinds of protecting the pedos that run the world. This is going to be very interesting. Wow. Okay. Yeah, I will play that tonight for sure. Wow. Yeah, I definitely will add it to our list tonight for sure. And I'm going to put it with elites as well. Amazing. Good article. Thank you for the link, DRK2T. Appreciate it. Okay. Somebody was eating a dollar steak that the salt but cut for me while watching. Oh, okay. Nice. The dollar steaks that you get at the dollar store? Well, it's meat, I don't know what kind of quality meat it is, but it's meat nevertheless. Steak meat. What's for dinner? Well, let's be clear. So Barack Obama was out campaigning for the Democrats, but I was trying to get the Democrats elected, but I just don't know at this point if they even have enough power to even impeach Trump. I don't think they do. They're just so weak. The whole party is caved in and becomes so weak. That's why I don't think they're relevant anymore. Obama's whole approach is just blow hot air and then, continue to blow his, BS everywhere he goes. Everything Obama did has ended up in a collapse and failure. And look at how he tried to keep people with pre-existing conditions on health care. Trump has overrun that. And it was never really being enforced anyway. So people with pre-existing conditions are cut from health care insurance plans still to this day. Or they just get thrown into another plan that costs a lot more with a $10,000 deductible. as opposed to a $1,000 deductible. Oh, they screwed everybody over. That whole Obamacare was a scam to raise rates and raise the deductibles. And I'm sure Democrats realize that. I'm sure many of you realize that you were completely lied to. I supported a public option. But they didn't want to get a public option going because they wanted to rape the money from the businesses and the businessmen that were working. They wanted a single payer plan. They still do. But the simple fact is that feeds into the insurance industry, and we end up paying higher rates anyway. If we have a public option, we will eliminate the middleman and develop a plan that's like $60 to $100 a month. It'd be way better. But the single payer plan costs businesses 7.5% and employees 7.5% every time they make money. It's crazy. It's like we're billing the working class to pay for the non-working class. Without that piece of crap Obama, you wouldn't be the man you are today. He made you question everything. Good. Yeah, well, he definitely pissed me off, I'll tell you. I didn't even hesitate to start this third party when I saw the liar Obama coming forward. He's a fraud. And we're going to have to prove he's a fraud. And if Trump had done this, we wouldn't have this problem. If he had just followed the will of the people, they said, prosecute Obama. The reason why Trump got elected was because of the birth certificate issue partly. And people were pissed off at Obama. Plus, the Russians rigged all the computer information we were getting for months ahead of time, ahead of the election. They were in there controlling 162 million people on Facebook and had multiple impressions. They had 162 million impressions that were controlled on Facebook that they calculated. So they could definitely affect the election, and they're doing it right now. They're already manipulating our election in 2018. The Russians are. They still have their fingers in our entire cyber system. We have not only Russians, there's 7 outstanding cyber hackers that were recently called in. They've been ordered to be arrested, but they're hiding in Russia now. But the cyber terrorists that did all kinds of cyber terrorism during the election and recently attacking all of the anti-doping agencies around the country, around the world. They've been accused of these crimes, and they want to be arresting them. And this proves, the cyber terrorist proves that let me get to a news story here. Wow. The story's suppressed. No kidding. I'll be darned. They pulled the story from last week about the 7 cyber terrorists that were being searched. Man, they must have gotten hacked into the computer systems and pulled the story. That is really weird. I ran the story last week about the 7 cyber terrorists that were being searched by Interpol. Let me search my documents. That's really weird. Yeah, I wouldn't doubt they got in there and hacked into the system. They can load all kinds of new information, thousands of pieces of information ahead of a story with the same search terms. They can rig stories to go away. Okay, let me try Interpol. China has abducted the Meng Hongwei, Interpol's leader. I believe they admitted they have him. He's missing. Let me look at cyber terrorism. Here it is. BBC had it. October 9th, so it's about 11 days old. Here's the story. This concludes with perfection. They caught these guys single-handed. BBC News has the story, but it wasn't presented in America, but you'd think it would be really important. But the US and the UK and Netherlands allege hacking 4 were arrested at the border and had to be released because they're diplomats working for GRU, the Russian secret agency. High-level GRU agents, and 7 of them are at large right now. And they're accused of all kinds of cyber hacking. So this is a story that Russia doesn't want anyone to know because they're outwardly denying that they had anything to do with our election. And even Trump was saying that a while ago when he was really supporting him, but now he's like, well, but he still calls it a Russian hoax, even though our top agencies are convinced that it's not the Russians that really are bad people. It's the Zionists that control Russia. I don't hate on Russia. I hate on the Zionists that are trying to control the world. I'm trying to stop a new world order. And if we do it here in America, it'll spread like wildfire across the globe. But we have one shot at this. These people have so much power that we can't allow them in our room. We have to ban them. Yeah, they made a big mistake messing with the human race. You're NSA, really? Okay. I find that hard to believe. Now, I find a lot of things hard to believe. There's a lot of conspiracies that we didn't go to the moon. Well, that's actually more of a fact now. So I don't really present it as a conspiracy theory. But now they're saying that NASA leaked footage exposes top secret mission to Mars led by Neil Armstrong. I mean, seriously? I mean, they're going to lie about us going to the moon. Now they're going to say we went to Mars too.
Approach to planets, you can clearly distinguish the different areas of the planet and the typical red soil. The sporadic zooming in and out is typical for operating an 8mm camera for that time. The amount of detail the crew managed to capture with this 8mm camera is simply amazing. It must have been a very exciting time for the crew to finally have a good view of the planet, and it's easy to understand why. By the looks of it, this view is really out of this world. Now we can see important parts of the ISV Columbus, the enormity of this mission in plain sight. We can only guess what the result of this mission was because all of the files have been classified.
Yeah, sure. I mean, I could show you a video that was taken right around the moon landing, slightly before, that NASA had worked on, that shows a landing on Mars. I seriously doubt we landed on Mars. I think the story of landing on Mars, we can't even get out of our ionosphere. But if you believe it, yeah, it's a Martian landing video. NASA even admits that they can't even get out of our atmosphere.
Comes after the International Space Station. Once its mission is over, how do we ensure the presence of humans in space?
Well, that's a great question. The plan that NASA has is to build a rocket called SLS, which is a heavy lift rocket. It's something that is much bigger than what we have today, and it will be able to launch the Orion capsule with humans on board.
Oh, Orion capsule.
As well as landers or other components to destinations beyond Earth orbit. Right now, we only can fly in Earth orbit. That's the.
We can only fly in Earth orbit? Really? Good to know. Yeah, we can only fly in Earth's orbit because of the ionosphere and the barriers the Van Allen belts create. Only about 230 miles above the surface of the Earth. So that would be...
We only can fly in Earth orbit. That's the farthest that we can go. And this new system that we're building is going to allow us to go beyond and hopefully take humans into the solar system to explore. So the moon, Mars, asteroids, there's a lot of destinations that we could go to.
We could go to the moon someday, yeah.
And we're building these building block components in order to allow us to do that eventually.
Thank you. I don't want to hear any more. I'm done. Yeah. Must watch before it's deleted. Lost Hillary snuff clip. What? Married?
A time none of them will be able.
who they took from the Catholic murders of...
We've got a really interesting couple videos tonight on the sex cults and Pizzagate. Wow, you won't see this anywhere else on the internet, folks. We're actually out trend setting. Pizzagate is no longer discussed because they don't want to be revealing the pedophilia that's going on in Washington and Hollywood. Yeah, thank you, Anita. I added it to our list. Yeah, tonight. I'll probably make a copy of it if it's good.
Are you beginning?
I'm beginning to figure out what's happening.
Get the picture?
Well, people are disturbed around the world who have lots and lots of money, and they're willing to... Somebody said, well, what do they do when they have all this money and they can control the world currency? They even print money, and they own the printing presses. Well, they don't need money. They never will need money. They want to secure their power. And they, again, we get back to that depopulation issue. They want to eliminate people that are competitive to them for power. But they would rather they turn the earth into a desecrated wasteland and all of us zombies. They would. Meanwhile, they have one thing on their mind, which is immortality. They want to live forever. Isn't that amazing? And they're willing to do whatever it takes to live forever. So there's a trafficking of human cells. Children that are aborted are oftentimes sold into this human cell mill, and they turn them into pills. There was a recent arrest in South Korea of a man with 15,000 capsules of desiccated human flesh. And they sell these things as cures to people for long life. And yeah, it's like it's just weird. And then there's the stories about spirit cooking, people drinking blood. This is some weird conspiracy theory, but there's absolute evidence this is going on. I had an encounter in a Best Buy. I was shopping for a TV set, and I was listening to some guy brag about his time at Kenworth Trucking when he was working at Kenworth Trucking, which is a company in Seattle that makes trucks. And he had mentioned that he'd worked there and that some guy was downloading porn on their servers and he was getting away with it. And it was very a weird, awkward conversation he was having with this manager, who was a really pretty woman, floor manager at Best Buy. And he's telling her about the porn and all this stuff. And it's like, dude, that's like kind of inappropriate. But I got in their face and I said, oh, you worked at Kenworth Trucking. You must have known Gary Ridgway. Gary Ridgway was the Green River Killer who killed 47 to 53 women and is serving multiple life sentences because there's no death penalty anymore in Washington. They commuted it for him specifically. Anyway, I had heard that Gary Ridgway was not actually the killer. He was a body dumper for people that drink blood. Now get this. I said to him, so you knew Gary Ridgway? He said, oh yeah, I knew Gary. Oh yeah, I knew Gary. I said, well, did you know anything about the blood drinking rituals that he was, as a body dumper, that he was involved in? And the guy went, well, they didn't use real skulls. They drink blood out of plastic skulls. They're not real. I mean, he was like stupid, really stupid. I mean, it's almost ridiculous how stupid he was. And he said, how do you know that? I said, oh, I just heard a rumor. And I walked away. Later, I saw him get into his car. He got into a state-of-the-art Eddie Bauer Esplanade worth like $60,000, $70,000. Really rich, but really stupid. But yeah, he actually said to me that they drink blood in Seattle. They drink blood out of plastic skulls. They're more sanitary. Seriously, I would not doubt that people are drinking blood of people that are killed. Hey, wood chip boy, I see you're in. Yeah. So there are people out there that are killing people. There are serial killers all across the country, but many of them may be working for other people. Do you know that there's 1,600 people in America missing from our national parks over the past 10 years? That your chance of dying is greatly increased if you go to a national park that's near water? That every single abduction has happened near water? There's an area in the middle of the country where there's no abductions. There's hardly any water. Oh, we don't allow kitty porn here. Wood chip boy, you've been banned. Hillary been caught in the act. Yeah, I want to check that out. Thank you. I'll make a copy of it. Yeah, I think I should just download it right now.
Deputy Head of the British Secret Service.
You got some interesting videos.
Support him.
Thanks very much, Anita. Yeah, so it's happening. The worst possible possibility that people are in satanic cults, Luciferians that are running the world. That's very possible. There's a group of people at the highest level in the world. They run the UN. I'll do the long show for the end. They run the world. These people, they run the UN, I should say. Okay, I'm making a copy of it right now. Thank you, Anita. Outstanding. But there is a group of people called the Lucis Trust Fund. And their name is so unique, it sounds like Lucifer. Well, ironically, they actually have a website on their site that explains their relationship to Lucifer. Now, these are the people that do the UN bookings for publications, and also for I'll show you the link. It's just unbelievable. They do all the bookings for the UN as well as meetings, officials. I mean, these are top United Nations officials, and no wonder they worship Lucifer, because they have a plan to integrate with all of our military operations and destroy our country. Oh yeah, they're well into the process of actually imposing their will upon this country. They developed the Strong Cities Network, which is a plan to turn cities like Baltimore into riot-ready militias, ready to go against any rioters. They're building a global police force out of UN operatives that will be military people in our country if you keep voting for a Democrat or Republican. That includes Donald Trump. They're still implementing this, and they haven't stopped. And the Strong Cities Network is allowing propaganda. They allow false flags like Parkland shooting. They allow people to see that, and they even allow fake deaths. Do you know that it's not illegal to fake your death? There's no law against it in America. I was shocked to find that out this week. There's some guy that allegedly died on the show, on one of these shows on Vaughn, and no one's seen a death certificate yet. But it's very likely that people are probably faking their deaths all over the place. There's no law against it. So if somebody says 58 people died in this horrible attack at Mandalay Bay, in which Stephen Paddock ended up shooting himself. Well, I saw the picture of the Stephen Paddock body laying down among just a handful of bullets. The man must have had 1,000 rounds, but we didn't see them in any of the pictures. We also saw that... Right. We also saw that the picture of his neckline did not show a 65-year-old man. It showed a 45-year-old man. They probably just got a corpse and laid it there. And Stephen Paddock was seen playing blackjack 5 days later in Atlantic City. We have him on tape. We have no photographs of any of the decedents at the Mandalay Bay attack. There were 6 people that died after the attack of strange, unaccounted for deaths. One woman had an allergic reaction. She was planning on forming a self-group on Facebook for all the victims of what happened there. They took her out the next day. Young woman had a major health disorder and killed her. A guy got hit in the car who was reporting that he saw multiple shooters. He was killed the next day. They just ran him over. But no images of deaths of any of these events. So it's very likely they're able to lie to us now. And that's what the Strong Cities Network is about. It's promoting a global police force. So if they have to make us think that everybody out there Lucis Trust is not forbidden. No. I can't believe it would be forbidden on your site. That's a perfectly normal link. It's HTTPS. There's no reason why it would be forbidden. That's weird. I'm going to play it right now. Woodchip Boy, yeah, I kicked you over at iVlog because somebody accused you of being a pedophile. Is that true? Are you a pedophile? You have pictures of children on your site? Okay, then I misjudged you. You've only been kicked for about an hour over at iBlog. But you can hang out later and, talk with people. Oh yeah, Strong Cities is their plan, and this all happened under the New World Order plan of Barack Obama. He actually put together this plan, and he passed NDAA 2012, National Defense Authorization Act 2012, in which they suspended an act called the Smith-Mundt Act, which required our government to never use propaganda on its people. It was created right after Hitler took over Germany, and we took over Hitler, or allegedly. That's another conspiracy theory. But they outlawed the Smith-Mundt Act, and now the government can lie to us about events. They could produce psyops about people dying and people faking their death. They can set up GoFundMe pages to funnel money into these people to pay for them for their services, to be quiet and shut up. And it's very likely they're using this technique to push their agenda of a new world order. They want to take away our guns, and they want us to make us think that the only people that could help us would be the UN. They really have that agenda. Oh yeah. And that's what they're pushing, and the Democrats are a big part of that. And so are the Republicans, because Trump isn't stopping it. All right, everybody, this has been a long night. We covered a lot of territory. I appreciate you watching. It's so much to listen to that it's overwhelming. That's why we have another night, Tuesday, for Truth Tuesday, to talk about more about 9/11 and how that affected us. And we'll bring up this recent statement we got from a man who claims to be Jamal Khashoggi, who is alive. And they don't have any proof of his death, so it's very likely the guy is alive, and he may have contacted us in our room. And I led with a story today, and I talked about it in our show. But it's really strange. There's a theory that this whole Saudi Arabian thing is designed to raise the price of oil. Very weird and suspicious. And the fact that they haven't found his DNA in any plastic bag means that the whole story may be contrived, and Erdogan may be in on it. He may be covering up, putting out a false audio tape. Very strange stuff. Anyway, thanks for listening to me. I am definitely Mr. Right for the coming election. Always remember that this third party is going to take on the toughest issues. We're not going to hesitate to take on all your concerns. We don't, however, talk about hollow hoax or flat earth here. Those are just preposterous. It's actually, a lot of that could be traced to the CIA, the flat earth theories and the hollow hoax theories. They're trying to ruin our understanding of what Zionism, the dangers of Zionism are. Jews did die. Ethnic minorities were slaughtered. Hitler was a horrible man. It did lead to the State of Israel, but now these people that powered up and created the State of Israel now want total global world domination. And that's where I come in. I'm going to take America and bring it back to what it needs to be, protecting itself and staying out of foreign countries and focusing on what we have to do is build up our nation and solve our problems, not other countries' problems. Anyways, thank you for coming in. Enjoy the show, and I'll be on video chat tonight till 2 in the morning. Good night.
You make me melt away. You're Mr. Right, my Mr. Right, too good to be true. You spin my world around, 'cause you're the peace I find. If you sweep me off my feet, my heart stops to beat. 'Cause you make me melt away. You're Mr. Right, my Mr. Right, too good to be true.